Okay, it's looking like we're good right about here. Okay. Notification is out. Just trying to make sure things are stable on the Twitch end. Okay, there is a bar for the bit right now. It's red, but there's a bar. I'll take it. Let's see. Where is... Hopefully that stays stable. And the next thing I see is a pinwheel. Of fucking course. Ah! Okay, we appear to be solid now. We have motion again on the Twitch end of things. OBS is reflecting accurately. Okay. So, before we hop into the game, I had something I was considering. Because I've played through Pokemon Scarlet twice and Violet twice, so this is not going to be new ground for me. But I am reconsidering the route with which I do things. So, I could pull up my older saves, but I can't remember where those are. They're on one of the other switches. This is the order in which I did the major milestones in Pokemon Scarlet. I guess Twitch has more than 10-second delay based on what I am seeing or not seeing. Okay, there we are. And this is the order in which I did the milestones in Pokemon Violet. Now, Violet is a reversal of the, like, straight-up level order. Scarlet is very conventional. I'll say that. I'm in the mood for finishing a straight path, however, not just going with the level order. Violet, I did reverse the level order. That was a pain in the ass, because when I did that, I traded my starter, which was Meowscarada. I traded that back and forth. I leveled it up in my main game, because Violet was my ult at the time. And unfortunately, the version of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet I was playing at the time, this was very early on. I want to say like 1.01. If you traded your Pokemon back and forth between versions, the obedience level would be reset on them. So you would be receiving a Pokemon that was, for all intents and purposes, max level or close to it, and this would be going back to a save that still had no gym badges or the like. So it was too powerful for you to use. And I did this with a full team, mind you. So I was at a bit of a crossroads, a consideration. And controller risking timing out, or was that actually Elgato? 4K capture. Anyway. I was at a crossroads. Do I catch a whole new team and just do this classically? Or do I put my head against the grindstone and drag my Pokemon with me, risking disobedience in the middle of a fight, and see if that is still functional? And I was able to make it work. I think it was... a Meowscarada, an Azumarill, a Salazzle, a Frostlass, a Vivian, and why can't I remember the last one? Medicham. That I had ready. Like, fully EV trained, everything. Ready to go. My Scarlet save was the one where I raw dogged it. I had to reset all the IVs after the fact. EVs, not IVs. IVs I had to bottle cap after the fact. My second playthroughs of each Scarlet and Violet were much cleaner. I think I used an ace on both of those teams that was, Ceruledge and Armarouge. So that was much simpler for the second playthroughs of each. So I got 4 playthroughs under my belt, and I'm going into these saves where I already have the teams set up, generally speaking. I don't quite remember them all. I think this Violet save, Grass Starter, and the rest of the team is all Cantonian Pokemon. Not just Cantonian in the form of Dex numbers. I didn't have, like, a Hisuian Arcanine, or an Alolan Raichu, or whatever. Those were options if I'd waited longer. Now I'm going to hop into this save. Let me just get rid of these maps for a brief moment. I'm just going to hop into this save. And I'm going to show you how far I got into each of the 3 characters I set up. We're only going to be doing 2 playthroughs. I'm not going to do all 3 because I don't have 3 different hardware SKUs. Well, I mean, I do. I don't have recording setups for them. Nice bit of loading. Didn't miss this on the flash memory. Hey, Gandalf, how you doing? We're just getting started. So yes, this was the team. And if you're wondering why I got everybody up to level 97 and not 100, this is a result of my Violet playthrough where I ran the numbers on how much XP I would need for at least the starters. Not every Pokemon on the team is in the same XP group. However, we should expect at least 4 of the 6 to be maxed level by the end. So the Arcanine and the Cloyster, these might be level 99, but everybody else will be level 100. Gotta love the new mandatory XP all, right? And I do believe I set these teams up in... That was 4 days before my birthday 2 years ago. You know, I actually planned on stealing one of my family members' Switches so that I could do entire Terror Raids by myself. Because I've got all these alt saves, granted, for my 2 mains and my second playthroughs, each of Scarlet and Violet, they all have the DLC flagged on it. So I would have difficulty getting online with those for playing Terror Raids. So I set up these 3 alts, 2 Violet, 1 Scarlet, to interact with my main Scarlet save. More, hey, how you doing? No tears. What? Oh, yeah, it does. Thank you so much, More. I've got to give you credit for it. I showed some pictures earlier. Hang on. I need to bring this up. I know it might not be a big milestone for others, but it matters to me. If I could just get the right folder. No, I don't have it cropped. Ah. Well, I can't show that because it's going to... Okay. Fresh screenshot, then. And yoink. What is this generosity? Gandalf, you too? Well, now the screenshot's already outdated. I guess bump the sub number by 1, but goddamn, I hit double digits in subs. I just wanted to thank everybody for that so much. I'm tremendously grateful. I might not express it adequately, but I wanted to say as much. Thank you so much for showing an interest in what I'm doing. I hope you're having fun. Because, like father, like son. Oh. He returned at the turn of the tide. Gandalf the debit card. I wonder if Gandalf would be a pay Melon then, instead of a PayPal. Oh well, we can go into Fellowship references another time. I'll get rid of those windows. I don't need that now. But yeah, I wanted to thank everybody tremendously. It is still baffling that actual US dollars are being wasted on my ugly mug, and yet here we are. Thank you very much. Double fucking digits, I'll be damned. For real, Gandalf's on a different level. Well, you do remember that the Elfish word for friend is melon. So would pal be synonymous enough with friend to be interchangeable? Or would pay melon be a bit of a portmanteau? Because it's not pay friend. You know, we will debate Middle-earth alternative payment schematics another time. And don't doubt that I will at some point. What? Too damn cool. More here with another generous sub. I sincerely hope Data Spike is going to enjoy that, but we are on some kind of roll today. Thank you very much. Cough, cough, Platinum MasterCard. Let's make it triple digits. Ah, you show off. All right. Well, let's just go over the team quickly, because we're going to be coming back to this save in Violet, but I want to show the opening bit with the story, because, frankly, there's a bit I skipped over in order to get the team set up properly. So this Meowscarada is neutral nature, but it is EV'd for physical attack. Adamant nature Arcanine. Physical speedster. Adamant Cloister? Adamant Cloister. I guess it does already have enough physical defense. But why? Okay, I'm gonna trust that past me had a plan. A neutral Raichu. Ooh, it's a mixed attacker Raichu. Okay. Wait, why am I running Nasty Plot if I'm a mixed attacker? And why Sweet Kiss? What? Withdraw? I feel like past me didn't want to shell out for TMs. Oh yeah, because this was 2023. I did not have a good grind for TMs yet. The crafting mats. We'll get to that. A Jolly Dugtrio. Okay. And a Timid Venomoth. So, the Venomoth is the only dedicated special attacker on here, which I guess makes sense as a psychic type. It's not. That's a meme. Fall in love. This feels like the only complete moveset. Bug Buzz, Psychic, Air Slash, Sleep Powder. I would replace Sleep Powder, probably, but that's functional. Bulldoze, I would want to replace that with some other kind of coverage on a Dugtrio. What would I want on a Raichu? Can I get Drain Punch? No, I'm thinking of something else. I'm probably thinking of Electabuzz. I would not want Withdraw on that Cloister. For Arcanine, I'd rather have Flare Blitz than Flame Wheel. Extreme Speed's fine, but it's already going to be outspeeding most things we're fighting. Actually, you know what? I will give it this. The Meowscarada is fine. I probably wouldn't use U-Turn, since it's not a, what do you call it, Protean or Libero. But then again, in Gen 9, Libero / Protean both got reworked. So they only trigger on the first application of the Pokemon in battle. It's not like every time you switch out anymore. So, U-Turn's not as good as it would have been if this was Gen 8 or earlier Protean. Intimidate Arcanine. Okay, it's a Shell Armor Cloister, so it's not Skill Link. I guess that's why I figured I didn't have to go with a defensive nature. Or any defensive EVs. Static Raichu. Yeah, none of these have hidden abilities, as far as I can tell. So this was a team that was made very early on. I didn't have spare ability patches. I didn't have my full breeding set up for, Shush you. And more you know I'm talking to you now, because you're the one sending me those damn messages. Please load in. Why does it take so long to load in one 3D model? The Switch OLED's not even that old. If I was running on a launch model Switch, this would still be weird. Nah, don't worry about it. I forgive you. Not that you really need forgiveness, but I'll forgive you anyway. You see Bayo and have to send it. I would rather you did then. Excellent. Yeah, these load times just for looking at your own party members are not what I remember. Hang on, is that a female Raichu? It is! I saw the little divot in the tail and I thought, that's weird. Yeah, monogendered form, or how to phrase, Pokemon that have unique appearances for gendered forms are either fully divergent forms now, or there's not many distinctions between them. Like, you're not going to see something like a Scyther with a slightly prolonged thorax, whether it's female or male. It's usually like an Oinkologne, where it's two separate forms, or a Meowstic, or something like that. But yeah, this is the team we're working with. I think I can make some improvements. I forgot you got Quiver Dance. I'm used to that being a Volcarona move. Tri Attack might be fun. It's not good, but it might be fun. We've already got Sucker Punch on there for dark coverage. I can't improve anything. I can just make my past selves plan worse. Really, I might put Dig on there, or I might trade Sucker Punch for Night Slash, if I'm outspeeding enough stuff, which I have 360 speed out of the gate, I should. No reason to go Astonish. Tri-Attack might be fun, but it's not good. Sandveil, Sandstorm, it's an option, but I feel like that's not necessary. I'm not running a weather team. Fissure, though. Hey, do you want a 3 in 10 chance of actually hitting a move? You get 5 chances. Wait a minute, why is Iron Tail on here? Is that part of the Learn set and I just forgot it? I thought that had to be via TM in Gen 9. And Electro Ball does seem more tempting than Thunder Punch, I will say. We are 309 base speed, and... Spikes and Toxic Spikes. Iron Defense, because 384 raw is not going to be enough. Oh, right, this is the Ice-type version of Iron Head. Okay. And Icicle Spear would be good if you were running Skill Link, but this is not a Skill Link, this is a Shell Armor Cloyster. And I could just put Flare Blitz on here. Play Rough instead so I have an option for the other fire slots. Okay. And I feel like this one's solid enough. Yeah, that's fine. So this is our Pro Tag for when we come back to this save. You may notice that the Terrastal cap I have on right now. Am I pulling up the right button? Yes. The Sporty Cap Terrastal was from a limited time mystery gift, so that should tell you how far back I set up this save, just in case my team being from all 2023 didn't. But I know another way to prove it to you. Even though this is one of my alts, I was still redeeming mystery gifts and collecting on events. Now, this isn't from the very beginning of the game, so I have some events that are only on my main Scarlet and Violet, and I think they're also on my secondary Scarlet and Violets. But these tertiary saves, these alts, these works in progress that kind of got abandoned for 2.5 years. Let's be honest. These ones I did start... Actually, what's the date on that Arcanine? June 2023. So that's as far back as the events go on these saves. So yes, if we go as far back as the June 2023 Arcanine, that means I have 7 of all of those events. Provided they do not have, like, a finite redeem distribution. Something like the shiny Koraidon Miraidons from recently, I've only got a finite number of those. But I do have all of the shiny Legends of Ruin, or Treasures of Ruin. Farigiraf is not a Treasure of Ruin. Just for some goddamn reason, they had a WCS in the second week of the Treasures of Ruin giveaway. I don't know why. But hey, Wo-Chien's got these nice autumn leaves going on, and the tree outside, finally starting to turn orange. The inevitable march of time continues ever onward. I think I've also dumped some items from events as well. Oh yeah, Terra Shards. They gave a bunch of these away during the Treasures of Ruin raids. Which, by the way, for the lesser legendaries of the games, they had a whole 8-week-long Terra raid campaign. For the box art legendaries, like these two, Miraidon and Koraidon, these two, they get a giveaway code at GameStop. Yeah, you figure the flagships would get a bit more love, but not in modern Pokemon's eyes. Or maybe they were just that in deep with the contracting. I don't know anybody that was happy with the giveaways for those two, except for scalpers. TCG scalpers in particular. Because they started the giveaway for Koraidon and Miraidon the day they launched a new Pokemon TCG set. Which means the line for those Pokemon, anything Pokemon related, was out the door before the store even opened. When I was trying to get my code at a GameStop that was relatively close to me, I was there what should have been their opening time. Apparently they pushed it up an hour because they were expecting a crowd, but I'm not a regular anymore, so I didn't hear about it. I show up what should be their opening, I'm an hour late. I'm in line, I get in their line, there's like 20 people ahead of me. Probably 25. Let's just assume more, rather than less. And they run out of Koraidon and Miraidon codes, while there's 2 people in front of me, and one of them is the one that gets told we're out first. So I start calling around to other GameStops while I'm in the car, driving to one that is, again, relatively close. I want to say like 20 minutes away, less. They are also out. Everyone I'm calling is also out. And one of the GameStops actually managed to close. Skill No Dex, I'm sorry, I do not have a Discord set up at this time, but thank you for the first time chat. So I'm driving around to 3 different GameStops. I'm calling 3 more. One that I did know that used to be near a Wingstop I liked, or not a Wingstop, but it was a wing place I liked. They're not just out, they're closed. They could be gone for all I damn well know. I finally get one. I drive all the way to my sister's place, and there's a shopping center near there. I get one. I wanted 2, because I wanted Koraidon and Miraidon. I have Scarlet and Violet. Some people would say that's selfish. You know what I think is selfish? Selling the redeems for $40 on eBay. Before the store is even open across the country. I saw motherfuckers actually willingly paying $50 in California because the redeems were active on the East Coast 3 hours before the stores were supposed to be open on the West Coast. I think I'm allowed to be pissed at that. And the Pokemon TCG players were not there because they were playing the games. They took the vouchers because they were being offered freely, and they knew they could scalp them. I don't know how controversial this is. I don't play the TCG anymore. I used to play the TCG up till... I can't remember the name of the set. I played it into the Johto era. I didn't play it into, like... I can't remember set names. I played a little bit in, like, the first 251 Pokemon. I did go into Hoenn. I can't remember set names. I did play Pokemon for a bit. I was not competitive. I was not good at it. I mostly collected. I didn't play. But now, most of the TCG people I see at these store openings, they don't even collect. They don't play. They just resell. And it bothers me. I don't have a particularly good reason for it. It just gets under my skin. It's like, this is a kid's card game, and I saw one kid at that entire event. One. And I would bet $Poké on it. I would bet that they were just there because their dad brought them and they wanted to get a second code. Or, more likely, because each person in line was able to get a set amount of trading card booster packs. And I think there was no limit on boxes, but everybody was buying boosters when I was there. I get to the register, they're like, well, we ran out of codes, but you can still get X number of packs. It's like, no, thanks. I was the only person leaving that damn store without trading cards. It's like, wait a minute, you're here because you only play the video games? What kind of madness is this? It's apparently increasingly pervasive. So that was a way to kill 2-3 hours to get one code. And then they bring it back, and here's another stupid fucking thing they did. I can't explain it. Okay. I'm trying to mix things up a little bit, so... just so we have some different imagery on screen. The first time I've opened the Pokédex. Can you tell this is a pretty new save? Okay. This is just from gathering the basics for this team and collecting events for 2 years. That's already like a tenth of the Pokédex. But regardless. A week after the initial distribution, flounders, and everybody's mad, except for scalpers. A week later, they decide, we are going to announce a restock of the Miraidon and Koraidon shiny codes at GameStop in North America. At 4 p.m. EST. The day's half over. And you announced a restock at 4 p.m. EST on a Saturday. I didn't read about I didn't read about the restock until they were closed. Because, I'm not glued to the because I'm not glued to their goddamn Twitter. But I do find out about it before I go to sleep that night, so I make a plan. I'm going to be there as soon as they open, if not sooner. I'm going to be ready. And you know what? I don't trust the time they have posted on the website anymore. I'm not going to be there at noon. I'm going to be there at 11. I don't care what their fucking web data says. They were already open early months before. I'm going to be there early this time. And it's a good thing I was. I was there when they opened the door. They pull up the fucking cheese grater, and I'm the first one in line. They only had like 4 or 5 hours to give away codes the previous day. And who knows how many people were actually there that knew the announcement went out. So I'm there, first in line. Well, we have 11 codes left, so I guess that makes 10 now. They gave away almost 80% of the codes in half a day. And keep in mind, the first wave of the event, they had these little, pre-printed cards with nice pictures on them and shit. Okay, so you have to scratch off these cards like a goddamn lottery. Fine, I get you have a finite number of those because they were printed. You have a limited inventory. I get it. The second wave, they just printed on the receipt. I gave them the phone number for my old account. It still works, thankfully. And they gave me a receipt. So if you could just print it on the receipt, why is there a finite number? Beats the shit out of me. Because I don't hear about this shit happening in Spain or France, where they also print it on the receipt, but they also don't have these arbitrary limits. Although I think in those two countries, they're also not going through GameStop, so I don't know whose policy it is, whether it's GameStop's or the Pokemon Company's. Based on an announcement that came out after the fact, it does seem like this was the Pokemon Company International's choice, not GameStop's. But either way, it just pissed me off. Oh. And yes, I will full cop to this. After I finished up that line, I went to that same GameStop I went to previously, the one near my sister's place. It was a little bit of a drive, but I go there, I get a second code. So I have a matched set of Koraidon and Miraidon, both shinies, both on the same day. Is that really that important? No. But I wanted it. And you know what? I didn't sell it for a goddamn half of a Benjamin Franklin on, I don't know, Facebook Marketplace. The last thing we need is more people charging for free events on Craigslist. But I've said my piece. So we can move on from the shiny Koraidon, Miraidon stuff. They're not on this save. I can show them to you another time. The important thing is, I've got a decent number of events here. I've set this up some time ago, and I am overdue to actually play these characters. But I don't want you to miss out on any of the story. And these characters are at least an hour deep. So we are going to start on something fresh. So you can get the complete, unabridged experience. And if you're worried that the performance is unremarkable thus far, just remember, this is the Switch OLED. This is not the launch model Switch. This is not the SKU2. Excuse me. I've already established we're going on to another character, so we're not worried about keeping our appearances or the like. Oh yeah, we're going to be 200% white here. We're going to be Spanish. Hydrate. Okay, I probably should. Alright, liquid ingested. Also, let me know if the game is too loud or too quiet. I can adjust that before we get into the gameplay. If it's adequate. ¿Cómo está? How am I doing? I feel moistened. Just going to give that a minute to catch up, because we do seem to have a bit of a delay on the Twitch side of things. If we are all caught up, however, we can continue onward. Good job, okay. So assuming that all the audio levels are adequate, we are going to continue. You hear nothing. Okay, it's a good thing we're checking then. Going to set that to a -20. Ah, yes, Purple School, where the student's frame rate is correlated to their age, 1-to-1. I wear grapes. Wait, does that mean I'm the purple guy from MHA? What's his name? Mineta? God damn it. You know, you shouldn't have pulled so far back, because I'm going to make you wait to throw that now. All this drama, and you're just holding it in your... Now you hear? It's not too loud, right? Okay, things are looking relatively stable. As long as it's not drowning anything out, then... Fine, you can throw it. Cruel man. And it looks like it could probably run on a Wii comfortably. GameCube might be running hot, though. Why are you throwing out something in a basic Pokeball? You're covered in Premier Balls. Why is the old man built like a toddler? That's going to be a recurring theme. Why is this man's head a barcode? Or, no, a QR code. I'll give him his fair shake. Oh yeah, dramatic freeze frame. The trees are still moving, though. But they wouldn't want a Grimer or a Muck to just have parts of their body sloughing off in this freeze frame. No. And yes, that is a Tauros, by the way. You can't ask why it's black. Well, I mean, you can. It's Paldean. It's a combat mode Tauros. And Tauros got 3 new forms in this game. Still all bulls, though. No Tauros cows. So if you milk a Tauros, you probably belong in the Minotaur section of the women's romance. Ah. Oh, hang on. This could be the make or break. I remember they tried patching this out. I think they fixed it. In older versions of the game, that cutscene where they have everybody standing in front of the school, it would very quickly have everybody T-pose. Maybe it's just less pronounced now. I am multitasking a smidgen. I don't know why you were running for your life and decided to do laps. Oh. It's getting dark and my battery is low. Couldn't actually animate a crash, though. What do you think Pokemon has? Money? They're only the most profitable brand in all of human history. More than Mickey Mouse. More than Hello Kitty. You goddamn name it. Loading and saving. Yep. These are Switch 1 times, alright. not know? I'm clearly in the purple game, but I still have orange curtains. What if I sit here and protest? It did figure out that I want to switch OLED, however, somehow... I didn't notice this, no. I'm on a Switch OLED. It has it correct if it was the base OLED. However, this is specifically the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Special Edition Switch OLED. Does the Pokemon game not know about the OLED that was specifically released for this Pokemon game? Granted, they can't all be like, I think it was in Sword and Shield, where it would reflect the color of your Joy-Cons in the Switch it shows. But I figured Scarlet and Violet would at least know about their own Special Edition console. I only have this one OLED, so... Oh, that's sad. You know what? The curtains are the wrong color, the Switch is the wrong console. Fuck this, I'm getting out of here. Abandon ship! Albino! Oh boy, I really needed a pop-up to tell me what the left analog stick does. You know what it does now? Vertigo. What if I want to put on my hat early? What if I just want to say fuck it to the indoor customs? Because this game does not have a lot of indoor zones. It's a new Nintendo Switch system. This one's got a bigger screen. I guess that was a selling point, technically. I would say a better screen, more so than a bigger one. OLED does actually improve color reads. Adorned with stickers. You chose an Applin, a Driflin, and a Hatena? Those are Pokemon, okay. Oh yeah, if the sound wasn't crunchy enough. So yes, we have a mom in this game, but no sign of any dads. You know where all the dads are in these Pokemon games? They are dragging off the too young to actually play Pokemon siblings to get redeems at GameStop. You thought your dad was a gym leader or something? No. Just a deadbeat. Trying to scalp. Ah. Can I take my seat again? No? It just occurred to me, these curtains have more animation than probably the entire rest of the indoor zones in this game. Depending on how you count particle physics. Because, like, yes, there are some light refractions that do show up a bit when we get later on. But realistically, these curtains have more moving parts than 90+% of the indoor zones in this game. That's sad. And a Switch 2 version is not going to upgrade that, probably. I'm not sure if this is just because I'm on a wireless controller or not, but it feels like my inputs are getting significantly... Okay, not that significant, but it's just slow enough to be annoying. Rodents! Don't worry, I'll get a broom. Oh yes, I forgot. Settings that you should change when you first open the game. First things first. Why is text speed not on fast? Send to boxes, leave that on manual. Nicknames, I leave that off. I like to think about nicknames a bit more. I'm not good at doing them in the moment. Camera controls, leave them as is. Camera support. Just leave it as is, yeah. Interpolation. Leave that on default. There's no fast, by the way. There's normal and slow. Camera distance. Give me some distance, actually. That will, again, not work as well when you're in indoor areas, but it is generally helpful for when you're in the overworld. Autosave, fuck you. Nicknames, show them, sure. Skip cutscenes. This barely works. There are so many sequences where you are forced into just watching things happen, and you may or may not press the A button to progress them. Skip cutscenes is good for... I don't know how it counts in the DLC, but in the base game, this only skips like 3 things. So I'd say just keep it off because it's easier to pretend that it was on purpose. Controller rumble, helping functions. Helping functions for when you get, like, you fall off a cliff. You don't take fall damage, mind you. You get saved by your goddamn Rotom phone. It's like, you're telling me my cell phone is also a parachute. Well, this is part of the story, so I... Just for curiosity's sake. The helping function goes off at least once as part of the story. I want to know what happens if it's off in settings when that bit of the story happens. Also, yeah, this early on in the game, you are stuck at a brisk walking speed. You can't sprint. There's no additional buttons I'm missing. No. You just have to walk. Vermin. Aw, your evolution is type 2 diabetic. And yes, your mother's appearance is determined based on which of the character models you select at the start. The character for your mother does not change based on your cosmetic modifications, but for which one of the first 8 trainer profiles you pick. So one thing I did with my main Violet save was I started with the blonde character, and then I made her sort of Wednesday Addams-esque. Black hair, pale eyes, deadpan stare, you name it. So when I come out here to my cheery blonde mother, it's like, yeah, my character's going through an emo phase. And then eventually I got bored and went to make her more preppy. But I had to go through a little bit of an arc in my head. Yeah, my uniform with a name tag reading vanilla. Mom, I knew we were white. I didn't think we were... Are we Hallmark white? Please don't tell me we're Hallmark white. I need to have more than 5 different voices throughout the rest of my life. I say as if we're gonna get any voices in a Pokemon game like this. They had a commercial for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It's not the first cutscene with Clavel. I think it was the 3rd one when you leave the the school for the first time. They had a voiced version of one cutscene from the game. And they even had to put a disclaimer text at the bottom. This is purely for yada yada purposes, not representative of actual in-game dialogue. You couldn't spring for voice acting for one cutscene after you already had it in a commercial? Really? Like, at what point does it go from just being cheap to lazy? You already paid for it. You already put out the trailer in how many different languages. You just refuse to use it in the fucking game. Oh, really? So I just have to wait here for a mysterious gray-haired man to deliver my future, huh? That must be my future. Look, you're the adult. We don't know who that is. That could be a stranger. We're in a new area. It's a whole new place to be. Well, fine, I'll find a whole new land to live in. And I'll live on the land instead of coming back home. I didn't even need to approach the door because there's no door to approach. It's just a hole. Rather than programming answering a door, they just have him barge in. Dumbledore. Mom, please, put your mouth away. I know the Pokemon Company's trying to get people interested in adult humans again, but you are making it too easy for them. It's a good thing you have a shopping bag from one of the urban centers. Not like, say, a briefcase. Or, you know, a folder for files. Yeah, alright. A Kappa. So in case you were wondering, we're not from Paldea. All the implication leans towards this being, well, the protagonist and their family being from Galar. Because Kappa is established as their pseudo-English linguistic quirk. Gandalf, I blame you. But I don't wanna. I'm already adequately uniformed. I could take off the hat anyway once I unlock customization. But for this sequence, I need to put it on. Well, nuts to that, right, Squirrel? It's outside! Well, fine then, I'll go out the other way. The other way? Well, maybe I want to change into my uniform in a closet like Superman. You ever think of that? I don't need to go in there, but I'd like to. Keep Gandalf out of this, he did nothing wrong. Oh. The father of all problems. Okay, the other way. You know, we got details about a Meowth sleeping with your mom in previous Pokemon games. That was Gen 7. Now you're not even allowed in her room. I'm telling you, they are already trying to make people voyeuristic on the moms in the new designs. Heaven forbid you actually go to the room, though. But there is one bed we can visit. Drool stains. Yeah, sure, let's hope those are completely transparent and not white-tinted. I was talking about a very specific type of nut earlier. You know what I mean. Or I guess in this series it would just be berries. Well, let me abandon the plot for a minute. Just go get a whiff of fresh air. If I want fresh air, I'm going to have to go to the window then. Oh yes, smell those crispy GameCube animations. It's even reacting to the lampshade. It's bending around it and... I thought I could just get away with joking, but I do legitimately believe these curtains are better animated than 98% of the animated indoor zones in the game. Most of the indoor zones barely even have animation in them to speak of. So drink it in now. Those curtains are the best it's gonna get. Oh, why? You came out in 2022! Fuck. What if I say no? Oh, hang on. Are we good now? Let's just see if everything is back in order. No, we're pinwheeling. Motherfucker. It does look like we have motion again, so let me know if we have any further issues. And it pinwheeled again. Arlene Hoare. Hi? Okay, hopefully we're back then. That does seem like it's still significantly behind. How far behind is that on the Twitch side? What is that, over a minute? Can't be right. Okay, it's less than 5 seconds now. I can work with that. So, right, as I was saying, I can't rebel against authority because the Pokemon games have become aggressively linear, even with the introduction of an open world. Yada, yada, yada. Hat. I used to play Team Fortress 2, and you're making me resistant to using hats. You've impressed me. Okay. Now I'm going to get as far away from him as I can, try to leave. Gonna make a run for it. Damn it. Okay. I was already in most of the uniform. Is the hat really that big of a deal? Is the hat really that big of a deal? I am a disgrace to the red team. Manco should fire me. I think I already quit over loot boxes, so... Well, are we following him or not? You're the adult. You're first in line. Go. Ladies first. Mom. Mother. Mom. 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 Mommy. Mom. Yeah, the NPCs are not exactly proactive. Weed Cat, Precious Chili Bean, and Hair Gel Duck. Okay, I have a favorite. I like Flacoco. But for my Violet save, I already picked the Grass Starter, so we're leading up to that here. I'll pick Sprigatito here. Quaxley, like, Flacoco is my favorite of these three. I have a hard time saying if I prefer Quaxley or Sprigatito. These are not the worst 3 starters I've seen, as far as a set goes. If I had to pick a worse one, I would be struggling for a minute, though. Let me think. Gen 8 was Grookey, Scorbunny, and why am I blanking on the name? Inteleon first form. Sobble. There we go. Gen 7 would be Rowlet, Popplio, Incineroar, Torcat, Litten. We go back to Gen 6. This might be unpopular. I think I would put Gen 6's starters below these three, courtesy of Chespin, Fennekin, and Froakie. Of those three, I only like Froakie. Now, I have a bit of a soft spot for Chestnut, but I'm not a big fan of Delphox. I think the Delphox line fell into one of those weird early game cycles where it's actually the mid-stage I like the design of most. I prefer Braixen over Delphox. We go back to Gen 5. This might be controversial. I like Serperior line the most. So between Snivy, Tepig, and Oshawott, Snivy's my favorite. Yes, it's a fast defensive mon. I know that's not necessarily the most efficient. I liked it even before it got contrary in Gen 6. I just liked it. It was my original starter when I first played in Gen 5. Okay, you happy? I admit it. We go back to Gen 4, Turtwig, Chimchar, why am I blanking? Piplup. I think I could only put these guys above Gen 6 as far as starters go. Depending on how you feel about Gen 2. Personally, I like Gen 2, but again, I'm old. Between Trico, Torchic, Mudkip, Gen 3, I put them below that. I'd put them below Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Totodile. I'd obviously put them below the original Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle. So yeah, they're not dead last as far as starter trios go. But they are 8th place out of 9. And no, I'm not using any of the Legends starter trios, because those are basically just repeats mixed up. Garfield. Munching on some kind of manja that's other than lasagna. That's a funny way to pronounce Monday. Capsaicin extract. Head empty. So relatable. And Johnny Bravo's, not Fur Sona, Feather Sona? Bird Sona. There we go. Johnny Bravo's Bird Sona. I'm sorry, Fuecoco, I love you most, but I already said I have to take the grass starter on this save. Don't worry, you'll be in the Switch 2 playthrough. Quaxley, I don't have any consolation for you. You exist. Well, I mean, if you trade enough, you don't have to choose. Wow, what a gifting animation. God damn it. As soon as the Rotom phone pops up, Twitch crashes. Or at the very least, it looks like everything is disconnected. Ah, come on, come back to me. Yeah, okay, I think we're back now. As soon as the Rotom phone shows up, I knew it. I liked Rotom back in Gen 4, but then they turned it into a Pokedex. Now it's a smartphone. This Pokemon was not meant to be an appliance. I say that as if it didn't already have appliance forms in Gen 4. It was not meant to be our appliance in the key items folder. And yes, that does mean I get to disable the Rotom's help settings even before I get the Rotom phone. Because the settings, they weren't expecting to dig into them like that, I guess. I'll try, but having fun does not seem like it's going to come easy. It's been a while. I got used to playing these in endgame states, where I was just focusing on... Oh yeah, that's right. Even with the camera setting in your options, that's how it defaults, but you can still change that again by tapping your right analog stick. So close, medium, far. You've already figured it out, haven't you? Oh no, I still can't sprint! Oh yeah, by the way, walking all over Mom's garden. You remember how we said I couldn't use that door earlier? Did they only want to program one way in and out of that damn zone? Really? It's such a small indoor area, too. They gave it 2 doors. 2! What are they called? Squawkabillies up there? Yeah. I'll be back for you. So we found some drugs scattered around the yard. That's clearly a good sign for our parents' homekeeping skills, shall we say. Must be why we're not allowed in the storage room. Oh, and a free trap. Goody. Okay, you 3. I'm ignoring the main road for now because I can. Hopefully they'll figure out how to get here. Oh, look at him trying to catch up, and then there's Flake Coco in the background. I'm not moving the camera, by the way. This is just happening. I was hoping I could read the back of the sign, but sure, you know what? I'll stick my head through the hole for Flake Coco. Quaxley, do you have anything to say for yourself? Not a thought. Just hair gel. And it's not even for the entire walk! Once you cross this threshold, like right at this welcome person, then you can run! Why? What is the thought process? I have to assume there's at least one veteran developer left at Game Freak. But they're not talking to anybody else at the company. There's no sharing of knowledge. Just people do shit because they can. Why? A little pinch of community. It's a cul-de-sac with 2 houses. It's barely even a cul-de-sac. It's a cul-de-pouch. A cul-de-coin purse. Oh, this is one of my favorite... I know this is a meme they just refuse to let die, but really? Well, we have co-op multiplayer now. Congratulations. You know, you only introduced Wi-Fi back on, what was it? The GTS in Diamond and Pearl. What was that, 2007, 2008? Shake my brain box for a little bit. Help me remember. Oh, but I can take off my hat. In fact, we can change more things. Let's see, there's the winter uniform. Autumn. Summer's the default. And spring. Summer as the default, I think, is just because we are in Pokémon Spain, not because of when the game released, because... You beat me by 1 second. I mistyped it the first time. Alright, good job, Moore. I should probably just keep the mod view open instead of trying to do things... Let's be generous, it's called the old-fashioned way. And come on, Twitch, stop pinwheeling, bring it back. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. There we are, okay. Right, what was I saying? Yeah, originally, the game came out at the... I want to say November, October of 2022. So Summer Uniform just seemed like it was a choice because the game was in a warmer, more temperate pseudo-Spain area. But it's the start of the school year, you figure autumn. You figure the time of the year when the game released, autumn. Or hell, so many people started with the, I think it was around the Christmas event. It was just before the, Charizard ended and the Cinderace began. Yeah, fuck it, we'll go autumn, sure. We're going to change in front of this nice man talking about science. Sure, we'll put on some gloves, why not? We already left the house, but full wardrobe change. Oh yeah, we're on to something treacherous here. Maybe we should bring a helmet. You know what? It's... We're on a very special adventure. We're going with the helmet. The power of science! Now we can run! Except that direction. But I want to be Team Rocket. I want to steal these Pokemon. It'll bite me in the ass that I don't have their Pokeballs, but still. Fuck. Come on, follow. Coppa Squat. Everybody having a good time? I guess you get the extra attention since you're not going to be in either playthrough. So yeah, unless we can go back into our own house, which I do not remember, I doubt we can. But we're going to find out. Hey Mom, look at these new clothes I got from a strange man down the street. Damn it! I just need to know the number for 911. Alright, we might as well get a move on. There's only 2 families in this goddamn... What would you even call this? Like a peninsula of a cul-de-sac. And there's still litter everywhere. Behold. Child endangerment. How do you like your fruit? Well done? Oh no, it's Rule 63 Goku. What to do, what to do. Oh, yes, and that was one of the cutscenes that would be skipped, by the way, if you enabled skip cutscenes. But this is mandatory! So soon? I was fucking around on the other side of the road! Could we not start the pan up from her tits? I think she's supposed to be like 15 or 16. Save that for vintage anime. Am I gonna be an asshole to her? You know, I'm gonna have the boy be a scaredy cat, and in Scarlet, I'm gonna have the girl be a gal pal. So, yeah. I'm just gonna say no to everything. Champion ranked, not like the champion. We need to make it easier to spread Master Balls around. Yes, neighbors, we are the only other house on this. I've beaten that dead Ponyta enough times. Or would you prefer a dead horsey instead of a dead Ponyta? Which one's more horse appropriate? Also, yes, for this section of the game, until you get set loose to start the expedition, the time and weather conditions are locked. So you can't, like, wait out for dusk or midnight or whatever. Just, you have the weather patterns and time of day set for you. And this looks darker than I remember. Just, wow, kind of muddy. How far away can I go? There's no point in exhausting dialogue trees here. You get one option for each of them, i.e. none. I'm just gonna go break into your house instead. So you want me to bring a fire hazard first? What if I just... Okay, fine. Forget the houses. I'll go to the beach. No! Okay. Now, we're going to be very quickly backing out of the save, so I don't think we need to reset for anything special. I might just reset if something annoys me. Sure, I'm feline fine. Let's go with this one. No, you can just be you for now. We don't need a name raider anymore in Gen 9. We can just redo that on the fly. Aw, the special needs kid took its pussy out. Oh, and by the way, the formal designation for these Pokemon now, it's not starter Pokemon. Game Freak came out with their English localized term. It is your first partner Pokemon. Not starter. We've been calling them starter Pokemon in the community for over 20 years at this point, but nope. Game Freak's finally going to come up with a formal term, and nobody uses it. Hydrate? Alright. I'll leave that slow, dramatic zoom going while I do. Alrighty. I mean, you're the one that has orange and green in her color scheme. So, unless you're picking Quaxley to fill a slot you don't have, then frankly, Sprigatito or Fuecoco makes more sense for you. If we could just request another starter Pokemon at any given time, then I feel like makes them a bit less special as first-time partners. Then again, it's been 3 years. There's enough of these in the wild. I say wild, in the global trade system. You're picking the only one that has no color coordination with you. Unless you count the bill with your zipper. Have to battle? Ignore the loading. Okay. You know, as much as I want to talk shit about Nemona being that obsessed with battle, I get it. What I would like, however, is if we could basically have a Pokemon RPG that didn't require you to fight. Like, it was an option. It might even be more expedient in certain cases. But I'm looking for something that would give you, like, the idea of being a Pokemon contest trainer, a breeder, or just another role other than being a trainer who undertakes the gym challenge. Hasty and capable of taking hits. We are early in the game, we don't have the judge function unlocked, so I can't see what exactly the IV spread is. But yeah, we're not going to be sticking with this for long, so let's just play it out. Goodbye, my love. Don't worry, Fuecoco, you're still my OG. Now I can break into Nemona's house. Do you remember Ash Greninja? Well, apparently Legend ZA doesn't either. But we do have 2 Pseudos in their first stages. Arguably 3, depending on how you count Hisui and Gudra. You get a Mega Evolution. You get a regional variant. And Nemona gets slaves. I'm sorry, interns. God damn it! Keep loading. Come on back. Come on back. There we go. Baffling, it truly is, how my connection has been even more dogshit than usual today. The Master and Mistress, I'm not here to get a lecture from the oligarchs. Three electric types, a normal, and 2 dragons, one of which is also half ground. Your Master and Mistress have no team comps, but at least they remembered to keep someone pear-shaped around for fun times. You can't even interact with this door? What? Yes, my helmet is spotless, thank you. I've barely had any head trauma today. So you are given a little bit of slack once Nemona goes down to the beach. You can run around, grab some items. But you can't, say, run back to your house and still try to go off on the path out of Poco Kobo. Or is it Kobo Poco? Consult the map. You're telling me about the device I just opened up. I know what a rotophone is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So you don't get a fly HM anymore, you just fast travel via the map icons. Tap the right analog stick. And now we are properly oriented. North is up. Now, I don't remember if I like having just the mini-map or the main map, or... yeah. I like the second setting, where the main map stays northward oriented, but the mini-map in the corner spins with you. Again, it's a personal choice in settings, you don't have to. But it's a quick array of button presses. Oh yeah, I was going to try to escape. You just had to perpetuate the cycle of violence. You couldn't let me go. Now pacifism cannot be an option. Alright. Just remember, she has a Quaxley. I have a Sprigatito. It's a grass cat. It is going to eat the water duck. I tried to warn him. Toddler on. How far around the field will you let me go? Because I remember there's a little bit of an alcove behind her, and there should be an item. Yeah, I see you over there. Don't worry, I'll get to you. Yet another Pokeball, but we still can't do any wild fights. Yeah, Toddler does make more sense with what you were saying. I was wondering what a Tiddler was, but you didn't have to riddle me that. At least not yet. Now, let's see. What kind of safety rails are there to prevent us from going out and drowning? Just a fade to black. I wasn't even up to my waist yet! Okay, but what if I deliberately go where there's less shore? My sink is deeper! Did that even go up to my shins? Watch, I'm just gonna cut across here. How deep is that, really? Oh no, it is almost up to your ass and the water isn't even real. Clearly we're on the cusp of drowning. What a mad lad allowing this to be unleashed on the world, huh? Loading again, I swear! The one day my brain doesn't feel like Swiss cheese, and suddenly my ISP decided... Providing internet? That's for nerds. Okay, I'm gonna start moving again. We'll see what happens. Don't worry, Nimona. I'll be right there. I have almost achieved waist-high submersion. Almost. Almost. Damn it. Okay, fine. I guess my Pokeballs are weak to water then. Even though I have a grass starter. Whatever. So? This is someone's fetish. Child, look up! Thank you. Not a modicum of self-preservation. Not a one. You do know she's equipped with a power fist, right? Do you really want to know how bad that power glove is? It's so bad, and you're just sitting there to take it. Well, do a little dance for her. Give her something. Oh yeah, this is the display of dominance Nimona needs. And scene. Now, are you ready to actually fight? You have a type advantage. Her verticality does nothing in this situation. I already said no before, so I'm going to keep doing it. Oh, but you did let me walk away, though. Okay, I'll sneak up behind you. But what if my feet are even colder than last time? Alright, fine. And now we're back on opposite sides. You just got a free Pokemon off of Clavel. You're not going to use it? So does your usual partner squad only have 5 Pokemon then? Because otherwise, how do you have room for a 6th you're using right away? A fruitful battle before we go to the Grape Town. Can't do anything there. Can't use any items. Won't even show me Pokeballs as an option yet. No! This teenager with green in her hair! I can't escape! Alright then. Should I just go for super effective right out of the gate, or play with her? Let's take our time. I think your pound would be better, or do you have tackle to start with? Alright, so how about we see if you're a cut above the rest? I'm so glad that tackle and its equivalents aren't still like 90-95% accuracy. Yeah, smart. It's not just rock, paper, scissors. You're out of Pokemon in our league, right? No, I only took like 6 damage. Neither of these is no! How do I hurt her feelings? Does she have any? Or does she just feel like she wants another battle? Don't worry about it. The nut being not is the closest I got to having a no there. Okay, this is definitely me being old, but the idea that they are adding apps to your Rotom phone instead of giving you multiple key items feels wrong. Like, oh, this is definitely show my age. When they started giving you different pages for the Pokétch in Diamond and Pearl, that felt weird to me. It was convenient, but it was weird. And this feels weirder. The Pokédex is no longer an encyclopedia you hold in your hand, it's just an app. You see, this is me and Clavel sharing the brain cell at this moment. Although in his case, actually Pokédexes that had to be referred to via paper notes. We first got that in Legends Arceus. Yeah, we were filling out a Pokédex by hand in, what was it, 2020? As if I'm that old. I'm old, but not that old. Legends Arceus. But the master and the mistress are not home. So who are you going to discuss them with? I already went inside and talked to the people. Plot hole. Audacity. And now the star that's strong against yours is actually going to be added to Clavel's team when you get further on the Team Star path. It might be Clavel, it might be Clive. It's hard to get those two apart. I have been catching Pokemon long enough that my Pokemon experience is old enough to drink. I've been playing Pokemon since 97, 98. I've been catching Pokemon for at least 25 years. I'm not doing math. No, not screenshot. Ah. Yes, you can send out your Pokemon for auto-battling and the like. I tried throwing you inside the cliff. Go in the rock. Teleporting bastard. You can throw them out manually with the ZR if you want them to just follow you around, with just base R if you want to command them to auto-battle. And then ZR again to recall them. Which drinking age are we talking about here? US drinking age of 21. I'm fairly certain Pokemon Gold and Silver came out in the US in 1999. My first Pokemon game was Pokemon Yellow. That was a bit after Red and Blue. Which I think those were 97, so Pokemon would be 1998 if my first was Yellow. Dang, you weren't even in your dad's balls at that time. Well, that twinkle in his eye was the last bit of hope before you showed up. And now you're here. Absolutely spotless, right? So, Clavel, you were talking about masters and mistresses before? Yeah, they didn't actually bother giving Nemona parents in-game. They're, like, mentioned in later conversations, but Clavel has a conversation with nobody. He's just gonna stand in here until we get far enough in the story. That's mean. Well, how about the first thing I catch I'll name after you, then? How about that? Yes, Mom, it's a girl. Please don't make a fuss out of this. And here you consider me a bestie, my rights as Pookie are revoked? Don't worry, I'll catch something. Your namesake will not go to waste. Oh yes, I promise I will eat responsibly now that you have sent off your child to boarding school. The sandwich will have to last me the entire semester. Mom, please, don't give me drugs in front of my friends. I want them to think I'm straight edge. Alright, abandon ship. I can't sprint that fast even on a goddamn motorcycle dragon. I call shenanigans. That's more attainable. Now I'm going to ignore you and go elsewhere. Oh, I can actually go indoors this time. And that indoor... that did not look like anything actually indoors here. Oh yeah, thanks for the words of encouragement, Mom. What about you, Squovit? Can I leave out this door now? Damn it! I don't remember if that door is ever accessible, for the record. Oh boy, a whole 30 degrees of rotating the camera. I feel so open-worldy. Wow. Alright, there's nothing else to it, so we better get back on the plot. The inside of a house. And when it started, it was just a gray blur with something vaguely rectangular. Yes, many spheroids. Thank you. I don't think Kobo Poco counts as a town. It's 2 houses. I've already picked those up before approaching you. I know about the concept. I won't say no to free, though. Okay, this is going to be our first chance where we can catch it, so... Do you want to be a Lechonk or something else? We've got options. This is the first option, so... You let me know. Lechonk is cute. I'd be surprised. Now's your call. Do you want to be a chonky fellow or not? I'll weaken it. You get 1 turn to decide. I could weaken it a little more, but it's level 3. I'm worried that would go over a margin. You drove through a town once with just 2 houses and a fountain between them. I got family down south, and even they've got more than 2 houses for a town. I don't know how to count the crack dens, though. You know, it's a den, it's not a house. But still, more than 2 houses. A den is a public space, like a library. Only, you know, slightly better for your complexion. Assuming you're aiming for... what's the word I'm looking for here? Anti-melanated. I'm gonna catch it, and you have to let me know quickly if you want me to name it for you or not. This should work. That XB bar was taking long enough, I was worried I was getting some Blissey in Gen 4 flashbacks. Oh well. Well, I caught it. I can rename it now if you want it or not. And yes, for the record, you can fail that. It's not like... It's not a pure guardrails tutorial. Although failing it just means you catch literally another one on the same route, same level and everything. If you want to, you can just run straight for the lighthouse. But there are a couple of mandatory fights, so I would say just get yourself a few backups and a little bit of XP. And as you can see, courtesy of us being in one of the newer generations, we just rename on the fly. You don't have to go to a name raider anymore. I think they started doing this in Gen 8. Well, you know, I didn't want Gandalf to hog all the references earlier, so maybe he can get this one. Wow. My brain just auto-completed the jack shit. I started typing on my keyboard and put down the controller. That's what I get for playing at my desk. There we go. Now let's see, who else is hanging around? We could go for some tarantulas, a hoppip. Oop, fletchling. A rock! I can't reposition the camera better. Oh, that's a shame. Welcome home, then. Ooh, a scatterbug. That angle! I'm on the starting route, man. People are guaranteed to fight here. Well, we got our first flying type, and it can eventually become a fire type. So not a firefighter, but a fire flyer. Eventually. It has to become a Fletchender and then a, Talonflame first. Oh look, a regional insect from a different region. You got a little bit of durability, I'll give you that. Okay, we got a normal type, a normal flying, a bug, and a grass. Who else do we need right now? We could try rustling up an electric type. What do you think? Do you want a round boy? Jesus, thank you more so much for another gifted sub. And, of course, Twitch overlay breaks. Oh. Come on back, I believe in you. Are we back? Damn it. Any second now. Nope, motherfucker. Ha. I think we're back. Let's see. No, we're pinwheeling again. Son of a bitch. Any second now. Okay, now hi. We are back then. Oof. Okay, yeah, bitrate is stabilizing. Okay. Thank you very much more. Another gifted sub. You are being way too generous today. And now that you're back, so... I'm back. Is there any Pokemon you're seeing on this route that you want named after you? So far, what I've caught is a Lechonk, although... I can change it. I can get Gandalf something else. A Fletchling, and a Scatterbug. You can see most of what's available on this route. The only thing I'm not seeing immediately would be a Pawmi. Villager noises. Can I rustle up a Pawmi? And these little glints here, those can also be items. No, that's Tarantula. Wait. It's just a Fletchling caught my eye different. Back with a big delay. That is unfortunate. I don't know why my connection is so dogshit today. More Scatterbug. Would you make any fuss if I tried to leave the other way? No. Excellent. Now, I know there are some mobs that can spawn on the beach past Nemona's house. I can't remember if they start this early, though. I don't remember when the trigger is set for them actually starting to spawn Pokemon out here. Or I could be thinking of the wrong area completely. You know what it is? I think it's once you have Koraidon and Miraidon unlocked as your mounts, then you can start getting spawns out here. Because you are near enough to the area outside of this tutorial zone, yeah, they would start spawning then. When isn't it shit? It was less shit recently. Even when I was streaming Monster Hunter. The one time my connection doesn't fuck up is the day you die. We all have our luck, don't we? I didn't say it was good luck. Well, there's nothing spawning at your house, so... I guess that means you're not going to see your parents anytime soon either, huh? Batman core. Ooh, that's what I'm looking for. The rarest spawn when you first come to Route 1. And this one's gonna have your name on it. I can even fix the camera now. Marvelous. Oh shit, my pet is being tased. It's Hassan. It's even a cute one. I told you I'd do right by you. I did it again! I see typing, I go to the keyboard first, even though I'm playing a game with a controller. Fuck. Okay, from the top. Mood. I get my title back. Thank you. I could still catch one more thing for the party. Although we don't have to, because we already have access to the boxes. This is a change they've done since Gen 8 I don't know if I'm a fan of. Because you don't need to go to a PC at a Pokemon Center to deposit or withdraw your party members anymore. But you can do it in the field at any time, which means you get... I only have 12 character slots. No. There. Now. There. It's a limit of 12 characters. Are you okay with that? With a C. Okay. Do you want me to go back to a C, or do you want Alexander more? Well, I'm not seeing anything else, so I guess you want to go with Alec. Nah, that's perfect. Okay. Do I want one more? I'm actually going to leave one slot open. Because we're about to go into another sequence, and... I don't remember how immediately we can check it, but we should be able to. 5 is plenty. We don't really need to grind XP at this point. Woman with colored hair. Thank you for being a Pokemon Center. Champion Ray Trainer doesn't actually have to know how to catch Pokemon. Missing some letters just like you're typing. There we go. And now she's going to magically catch up to us. Can we call her the worker? I don't know if she's doing much work. Also, no matter how many Pokemon you catch, she gets interrupted there. They never have to put in a number. So only one reaction. It feels lazy. That wasn't a cry, that was a car backfiring. How far up will you let me go? They don't even get... You can head this way later. Oh, that is right up there with Gen 5. Today we're dancing for no reason. Someday we'll stop for no reason. You just want to block the roads. Fuck you. Not work, woke. Sorry, missing some letters. Oh, woke-er is what you said. No, you had the correct letters. I just can't read. You have the green hair, but I have the green cat. Your blue duck doesn't match anything about you. Rebel. Well, if you won't let me go forward, and I know you're going to stop me from going back... You're going to stop me from going back. Oh, you're not going to stop me from going back. That's right. Instead of stopping you from going back, she just no longer offers to heal you. So yeah, if you go this far, you lose your infinite healing option, and then you have to either use up what's left of your potions, or just progress the main story. She knows my Rotom phone can keep me safe, but here's the thing. I turned off the helping functions. So, what happens when I fall from a great height? Twinning then, slay! Not if I slay myself! I don't even get to jump. Rip. Oh no, it's some low-level Houndour. Oh, Dark Fire types one hit an Electric Dragon. Yeah, sure. Very threatening. Animating falling, not in the budget. So yeah, that's how it works. Our phone basically Supermans us away from the final moment before impact. Okay, well, good luck with the dragon. I'm going to go fight those dogs. They're clearly going to be strong against my grass type. No, but I want to be neglectful. It's a wild animal. Its roar caused me to fall down here. But it's also a dragon. And it matches my pants. Well, you are a part motorcycle, so I guess you need some fuel in the tank. Would you like to eat my phone? I was ready to fall to my death. Well, maybe you can find the answers you need in the adventure guide. Okay, fine. You're injured. I'll give you a potion. You know what? A super potion. How about that? Alright, maybe you're functionally KO'd, so a revive. Okay, if you want to fly off, maybe an ether so you have more power points for your fly move. How about that? Well, if you're acting like life is a prison, maybe a Persimberry will make you more personable. But what else do you want? Do you want feathers? Powder? Do you want the hair off a pig's ass? I could also share my lunch with you. But I don't know how you deal with uncooked food. Then again, you're clearly cooked enough, so fuck it. Yes, Toothless, I am offering you a delicacy. From a deli called My Mother's Kitchen. Dang, I should have been more selfish. The plot won't allow it. There's nowhere else to go. I would drown if I went back in the water. And there's no way back up the cliff. I can't go in the one tunnel. Be good to nature, or you will be railroaded into it. At this point, I gotta say it. Miraidon has a worse battle mode than Koraidon. Like, Koraidon at least puts its feathers up. It looks visually different. Miraidon just changes its posture. But you know, I only get my full strength unlocked after I've had a proper meal as well. Oh no, heavens, how could I have forgotten? You also set your eyebrows on lightning, and your tail starts flopping around. Clearly I undersold your ultimate battle mode. And you get a little yellow in your eyes. Still not impressed. Fuck the plot. Well, he looks like a dick and balls from this angle, so... Oh no, I can't open the main menu anymore. I forgot. If we get too close to him, we have to go slow walking. I'm never impressed, am I? I gotta tell you, I remember being a lot happier with this in 2022. I think the luster's been worn off a bit. And then, what was it, 2019 we had Sword and Shield, I think? That sounds about right. Oh yeah, I'm managing. Why was your first text a squirt emoji? You have other Pokemon from your original team. I'm not sure how none of them solve this. If you come down here to help me, you can fight it. Now that is going to be our primary threat in a moment. That Houndoom watching us. Unfortunately, you can't interact with it. Even though it does show up and you get the level readout here, you just can't do anything with it yet. But there is someone else here that we can throw a Pokeball at. If it comes back. Okay, you know what? Just run into it. Dang, she a freak. Not as freaky as this young goose. Hopefully it survives one scratch. There we go. even though you can't access your main menu right now, you can still catch Pokemon in this area, as long as they've deemed it appropriate for you to interact with them. The ominous they. There's another Yungoos, and we should also be able to see Diglett. I think we have to go a bit further in, though. Oh yeah, you can't run faster than it, but if you try to let it get a big lead on you, it just comes to a complete stop. Fine, I can't aim, I'm gonna step on you. And that's both of the Pokemon that are currently available in this tunnel. Even though we did see Houndour earlier, none of them are going to spawn into the tunnel until we've gotten through this section of the story. And that Houndour will be back in big fashion. And yes, this put us over the 6 Pokemon limit, so now we have something in our box. And even though it just told us to go to the main menu to access the box, we still can't open the main menu. That mashing is not decorative. I'm trying to open the main menu. It won't let me. You see, the Houndour are here for the cutscene, but they're not actually spawning where I can fight them. Bug or plot, I have to assume it's deliberate, because they didn't want to give you a member of the pack before we get to the next fight. You'll see. Do you mind continuing to move, please? Continue onward, please and thank you. Something's coming. Did they stop rendering your ass? It looked angular. The level 40 Houndoom from before. Houndoom, not Houndour. But yeah. Doom on you. And also this scripted-ass fight. Just in case level 8 versus level 40, when the level 40 even has a type advantage, doesn't look unfair enough to you. I have seen people use, I forget if it was Pokemon Home or if it was just an exploit with levels, but I've seen people go into this fight with a level 90 super effective water type. And this still happens. You still get outsped, you still take one hit, automatically recall, and you're just forced to lose. That is Game Freak's idea of plot. Hey, could I maybe control this Pokemon in a fight? Rather than be forced to lose? No, instead the fight's just gonna happen without us. We have to run. Good job. Saved from one pack of Hellhounds, and all it took me was a sandwich. Although it's going to cost more than the sandwich if we want to get rid of Cinder or any other Hellhounds. It's so much darker than I remember whenever we're actually in-game and not cutscenes. I will say, even though my Switch is an OLED, my monitor isn't. I have an LCD for my desktop. But I don't think they should be that big a difference. Wow, so that's like 5 minutes out of one sandwich? Mood. A shiny Cyclizar? An evolved Cyclizar? Ha! Broke. I don't know. And again, the only reason I'm picking this one is because it's the only one that includes the word no anywhere in it. You know, after the Dick and Balls looking silhouette goes limp, maybe don't follow it up with the description of saying it perked up a little. What am I doing? I'm talking to the person who started with a squirt emoji, so... Fuck it. The more mysterious... It's a cyberpunk How to Train Your Dragon. Just as a plain black phone case. Other trainers will have more involved choices if they show you their Rotom phone. Broke them. Well, Swift will never break in terms of accuracy, but TMs are back to being finite items. I think I'm allowed to be annoyed at this one. In Gen 5, TMs were made infinite use. There was still a distinction between TMs and HMs, because HMs had to be unlearned at a move deleter. Same with Gen 6. Although they did change the mechanics by which it would either replenish your PP or match the previous amount of PP if you were overwriting a move. Gen 7, was Gen 7 still infinite TMs? I think it was. Then Gen 8 came around, and they introduced TRs, which were like old school TMs. And they still had TMs, air quotes, but they were behaving as infinitely reusable. So TRs were TMs, and TMs were HMs, minus the unable to disable the move, or unlearn it. And then we come to Gen 9, and they just fully went back to the old school TMs break after one use. But they put it with a crafting system, so you have to harvest materials from wild Pokemon fights in order to earn the ability to make more TMs. I prefer the Gen 5 way. Yeah, I would even take the Gen 6 way. Or was it Gen 6 or Gen 7 where they implemented the change in PowerPoints? I would take the worse way if we were between Gens 5 and 7. I don't like Gen 8 because it feels like they just brought back TMs but refused to use the original... So many letters, what the fuck am I even saying? A TM is a technical machine. It's the word for a learnable move. Technical record, TR, is what became a technical machine. For Gens 1 through 4, TMs were one-time use. For Gens 5 through 7, they were infinite use. Gen 8, they were still infinite use TMs, but they brought in TRs, which were the same as old school TMs. And the better moves were mostly TRs, if I remember correctly. So you would have to do, what was it? Gigantamax raids. Or dens? You'd have to do Gigantamax fights in order to get watts, in order to purchase the TRs from specific merchants who may or may not have the moves you're even looking for. So making the TMs not only one-time use, but randomized as to whether or not you can even find them. I think HMs were gone by that point, and then in Gen 9 they brought it back to TMs are the way they were in Gen 4 and earlier, where they're just one-time use, but now there's a crafting system. In Gens 1 through... I'm going to say 1 through 6. There were HMs. hidden machines. We're going to see that acronym again as we play, but hidden machine was a TM that could be used infinitely from the very beginning of the game. It also had overworld usages. You could use strength to move a boulder, you could use cut to slice up open a tree, you could use flash to lighten up a dark cave, etc. They had more utility, but in Gen 1 only, there was no way to get rid of them. If you put an HM on a Pokemon you were using, it was stuck there until the end of the game. Gen 2 onward, they introduced move deleters, so you could take a Pokemon to a specific NPC, and then you could just delete that move off of their memory. And you could relearn at any time because HMs are infinite use. So you have the HM, you can use it anytime you want, any number of times you want. I want to say it was starting in Gen 8, they made move relearning functionally free if you go to a Pokemon Center. But between Gens 3 and Gen 7, you had to go to a specific NPC in order to relearn moves. Or was it Gen 7, actually? There were multiple merchants in Gen 7. It's admittedly a generation I feel like I know less about. But I know definitely in Gen 8 they started having it so you could just relearn moves without penalty, without a price. And in Gen 9, which is what we're playing right now, you can just go to your menu. You don't have to go to special NPC for it. TMs can only be used once. We're back in the pre-DS days. Take a breather. Also, even though we were scripted to lose that battle, our Sprigatito's HP did not change from when we were doing those wild Pokemon fights prior. But yeah, as you can see here, I don't think I have any Pokemon that are high enough level to remember any moves. But now it's just in the menu when you're checking the Pokemon summary. You don't have to go to a special NPC. It doesn't cost you heart scales. You don't have to spend battle points or anything like that. You can just relearn moves on the fly, and they stay flagged on their Pokemon even if you trade them to another trainer. It's just built into their, it's just built in now. And yes, since we have our main menu back, we can also check out the boxes. Okay, so what if I chat up the bike? Alright. Very talkative. Okay, I guess one thing I have to say for the TMs that it just popped up. You only have to unlock the recipe once for making TMs. So if you can find the TM in the overworld, if you know where to look for the item drops, you can unlock TMs dramatically earlier than you could in previous games. I don't think that's worth them being one-time use again, but that is an arguable alternative and advantage. So I'm just gonna hop down. Are you gonna let me run all the way back? Over the river, through the woods, back to our mother's house we go. Or we can go to Nemona's house instead and check on Professor Clavel. Director Clavel. My mistake. You're not actually a teacher, you're more of an authority. I don't know if it's still available in current versions of the game, but one of my trainer cards, I could see if I can get that picture, actually. One of my trainer cards I specifically did using this door with positioning on the Rotom camera, because you can take a custom picture for your Rotom phone and your trainer ID. Let me see if I can get that picture, actually. I think that should be it. Behold! I don't know why that's gray. That is supposed to be flesh-toned. Oh, that's a fun change from what I remember. It looks flesh-toned and blonde-haired on my PC, but in the OBS overlay, interesting. Is it because it's a JPEG and not a PNG? Are you going to be finicky about that? Okay, well, yeah. A TLDR. If you position yourself correctly with reference to this door, and you use your Rotom phone to take a new picture for your trainer ID, you get your default one here from when you first start the game, but you can take a new trainer ID by change photo. And let me just see. Default picture. I close the menu. Default picture. When you let me do what I want. Default picture. When you still haven't banned the glitches and exploits that allow me to do it. Okay, I'll get rid of that layer so I don't make the mistake again. I know it was covering it. Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, that is still my trainer ID on my main copy of Scarlet, or my main copy of Violet. Let's talk to Clavel, see if he has anything to say about the situation. So, Director, I might have discovered a new legendary Pokemon. Well, it's easier to be safe now considering I have something that's... I don't know, it's not technically my Pokemon, but it did fight for me. It beat a level 40 Houndoom, and I don't even have a badge yet. Dumbass. Okay, fine, I'll be careful. No more legendaries, probably. Well, you didn't stop me from going all the way back to the beginning. I'm not even going to ask my mother. She's just going to tell me that, the same advice about these early days of school. You're not even going to jump off of that ledge. You're just going to wait for me to talk to the other guy, and then you're going to teleport off. Okay. What if I also wander off the beaten track? You know where, you know where else isn't the lighthouse? That cliff. Get off of it. Yeah, that menace. He's with me. We can't both be wearing these puffy yellow vests. You shove off. Oh, buddy. That's right. You're this generation's, I guess, May equivalent until the future, hint hint. A handsome young man, huh? He's also got long asymmetrical hair and a penchant for cooking. Built like a toddler again. It saved me. Slumpy? Okay. Slumpy. Perked up. Sorry, you can't make it dick and ball shaped and not worry about whether or not somebody's sense of humor goes limp in the face of this. So what? Maybe you have to ride side saddle instead. Give you a chance to power back up again. Oh? You know, at this stage, if it were me, I'd just put the damn thing back in its Pokeball and tell these two to buzz off. But no, he's actually going to try and put up a fight. How about you don't? Do you want yes or a different flavor of yes? No is not an option. Okay, I will hydrate. I'm going to leave Arvin hanging. I return! That did not go down the right pipe. Anyway, the music thinks we're being much more exciting than we are right now. So, how long do you want to cuck him for? Eeny, meeny, miny. I'm bored now. Oh no, a squirrel, and I have a cat. I won't die today, probably. You know the things about cats with squirrels? They have fangs. Oh, honey, this is a hard nut to crack. I think you better be ready for, the seasons to change. Are you a leaf on the wind? Let's see how you soar. Stubborn, huh? Well, that crit's the last move you're gonna make, so... let's scratch this one out. There we go. Yeah, and I know you shouldn't have gambled a legendary Pokemon on that. You brought a level 5 regional rodent. Just take the Mabostive out of its Pokeball. Use it as a meat shield at this point. I don't have anything I don't have anything strong enough or healthy enough to damage it. Your Mabostive could be straight up dead by now. It would still be better than just throwing away the fight after one Squovit. So you're not even trading me the Miraidon. You're giving it to me. And would you believe it? This is going to have plot relevance later. Wow, you really have daddy issues. You want to get rid of it that quick. He's already run out of the field of view. No depth. So yeah, funny thing about that. I'll get to the menu in a moment, but... Alright, you want me to climb your tower, fine. Yeah, funny thing about that. Even though we already have a team of 6, we still have Miraidon in its Pokeball. It's not part of our battle team right now, but you can see it right down here at the bottom of the screen under Yungoos. We have it. Now, are you ready for a graphical showcase? Something that really teases out the wanderlust in you? Ready for a new region? I feel like Pokemon Coliseum and Gale of Darkness were safer with their graphics, even if they were the same level of fidelity. I'm gonna be a nudge. What can I see up here? I see a watercolor smear. Ah, yes, rectangles. With repeating textures as far as the eye can see. Well, I know it's a dead horse, but I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say I've seen GameCube games that look better than this. Like, when you get in this close on the humans, yeah, there's less corners, but you see the environments, and it's just depressing. This is my welcome to Paldea. I'm just shit-talking the geography. It's not that big a hike. You have a gas station masquerading as a Pokemon Center. And then we just go to the front gate. And granted, the front gate of the school is still a ways off. It's the front gate of the town we're headed to. I'm depressing. Well, I am. There's some more Pokemon we could catch on the early routes, but I don't think we're going to need anything else for the remaining fights. Oh, here's something great they did with Gen 9. Most trainer battles are optional. Unless you're pursuing one of the major milestones, or... I think it's only the DLC plots where there's compulsory trainer battles otherwise. Look, a Weasel! Weasels are adorable. And Psyduck, too. And Azurill, which, fun fact, Azurill's had its type changed. It's now a normal fairy, as opposed to its evolutions, which are water fairies. Gen 6 onward. Where was I hearing that Gimmighoul? It's under the bridge, isn't it? Ooh, a bunch of Pawmi. And yep, there's the Gimmighoul. You really want that duck, huh? So yeah, we can't catch a gimme ghoul when we find them out in the overworld. We need to ambush them in a chest. I don't agree with that decision, but that's what they did. We're gonna catch a duck. And you know, I'm gonna say it. This is a superior duck to Quaxley. Fine. We'll fight here. Uh-oh. He's sort of sinking into the bridge. Just another scratch, then. Be gentle. There we go. He's only slightly disemboweled. I didn't put him inside the bridge. It was just Psyducks over here, yeah. I thought for a brief moment I saw a gold Magikarp, and I was going to be so pissed off at a random shiny in this playthrough. Oh yeah, here's a regional exclusive, Paldean Wooper, which, I know it might be a little bit cruel, but I personally love the nickname people have given it, Pooper. It's a regional variant with P, you made it brown. Yeah, I think Pooper was inevitable. And a weird thing is that Wooper actually had gender differences between male and female. I think the male has one additional ridge on each side of its fins, versus the female, they're shorter. Paldean Wooper, on the other hand, has no gender difference, never mind the same ones. I could not tell you why they made that design decision, but apparently they did. Oh, not bag. What am I doing? Box. Quick to flee. That's why we had to take the legs out from under it on the bridge. I caught myself this time. I didn't try using the keyboard. There we go. A duck with fried noodle. I'd prefer not to. Igglybuffs. These little balloons, too. If there's strong winds in the weather at the moment, they will be blown away from the overworld. It can be annoying if you want to catch them, but honestly, I like that flavor. Same thing with Hoppips, too. Ooh! Fido! It seems like fairy types are increasingly being associated with desserts and pastries. You can even see the model pop in with high detail and low detail. That is quite the range, or lack thereof. Wow. Living animal? Chuck Testa. Actual Pokemon? Lego version. So yeah, if fairies want to be desserts, then, well, it's time for their just desserts. I say this as somebody who used to be a dragon specialist. I have never forgiven the fairies. You might be the dog versus the cat here, but I am the weed cat versus the Cinnabon. You cannot win. The munchies will have you, and that crit almost wasted it. There we go. It's giving pom-pom pudding. Oh, I meant to do stats. Okay. Let's go back to the box. Own tempo, quirky, mischievous. Until I can check the judge function, I'm not seeing anything great here. One thing I do like, though, is the ability. Not for Fido specifically, but its evolution, Doxbun. When you evolve it, it gets a... How to describe it? Well-Baked Body is basically going to give you defensive buffs if you are in the... Words. If you get hit by fire attacks, it gives you defense buffs. Which can be good in select Terror raids. I've used it for, I want to say, the Typhlosion Terror raid. Back when that was a 7-star. Also, it's just kind of cute. Not really my taste, but I'm sure it's sweet for somebody. Now let's see if I can't catch another Pokemon that I've already caught previously to show you something else. You know, Psyduck's right here. Oh wow, you just have Rayquaza's ability immediately. It's not Airlock, literally, but it's Cloud9, basically. Since we fought Psyduck previously, we now have moves giving us previews of their effectiveness, where Scratch is effective, Leafage is super effective, Grass versus Water. We don't have anything that's not very effective against a Water type. But one thing they're introducing with Pokemon Champions coming up is they're doing new verbiage for something that is double super effective or double not very effective. Which is already difficult in phrasing because a double effective move is super effective. It deals double damage. So, double super? That's been weird phrasing. They are changing that, thankfully. One other thing I'm hoping I can showcase without KOing... I should probably do one more scratch just to get it lower. When we throw the ball, it's going to either shake or immediately vibrate midair. That used to be considered a critical catch, which would give you boosted odds of catching, but they changed the mechanics for that in Gen 9. Now, if you get the visual for a critical catch, that is a confirmation that you are catching something you've already previously captured. You can also get the critical catch animation skipping straight ahead on a new one, but now, more or less, if you get the critical catch animation on a Pokemon you've already captured, that is a guarantee it is going to catch. So if you've already registered, you want a critical catch, because if you don't get a critical catch on something you've already got previously, it means you're not going to catch it. You can still get a critical catch on Pokemon you've not caught previously, but now the mechanic seems to primarily represent, if you've already caught it, this is a guaranteed re-up. I don't know if I agree with that. That takes the suspense out of it if you're catching a Pokemon you've already previously had. It makes it quicker, but also if you don't get animation right away, it means you're basically wasting your time. Quick to flee, huh? You should have been quicker. Ignore the child. That one. And now we get our Pokemon Center tutorial. They are now... what's the word I'm looking for here? Not bodega. Gas stations. I can't remember the proper word. So yeah, the Pokemon Center's making a lot of steps in advancement for being a non-profit, merging with the Pokemart. And this is where you craft TMs. All of these facilities are available at all Pokemon Centers. She just gave me the equivalent of $50 in crypto. Have you been skinning Pokemon recently? Without me? I can't believe you do it without me. And you don't have to be at a Union Circle to start a Union Circle. It's a menu option. This is where you're going to be gathered after you create one in the menus. And it's not always this one specifically, but it will be at a Pokemon Center that you both have registered. Are you ready? Then let's go. Surprisingly, this was not a mechanic in Let's Go Pikachu or Let's Go Eevee. I think it's funny when they name a mechanic and that name has already been used elsewhere. Especially since it was already on the Switch. It's not like it was on a prehistoric console or the like, but okay. So yeah, we could do that. In fact, I'll take a heal. Free is free. And yes, you can register your birthday. That is based on the save file. It's not bound to your account or anything. The only practical thing that changes when you register your birthday is that on the day you set it, you get improved odds for the Chosen One mark appearing on Wild Pokemon. And I think they can only appear on your birthday. Yeah, I think the Chosen One mark can only appear on your birthday. So you do want to register your birthday if you collect marks. Marks are just like ribbons in older Pokemon games. You can choose them here, ribbon or mark. You can unlock ribbons and some marks, not all. And most marks are determined on when you capture the Pokemon. So if you want to, you could pick one here, and then it would give your Pokemon a prefix or a suffix when you send it into battle. Like, Sprigatito the Loyal Partner. Sprigatito the Legend of Galar or something. God, you wish it was. We'll figure out some kind... Why are the Pelipers so rickety? Like, I know they're a little bit loaded out from distance, but... they're just snapping around. One of them was. Is that the distance? Really? Right there? You wish it was your birthday. Okay, goddamn, what's wrong with your keyboard? It's not the same problem as mine, because mine has my hands mashing it. Goddamn sausage fingers. Anyway. Yeah, these Pelipper are right next to each other. That distance is enough for them to partially load one out? Really? Oh my shit, it is. Wow. What about the second one? You're not going to open your mouth more? Weird. I know these are little details most people won't fixate on. But Pokemon has had the autistic market cornered since the 90s. Oh, it's... Why don't I remember your name? You evolve into a Sarina. Why don't I remember your name? You're a pain in the ass if you want to catch one this early on, though. Which I have. I don't recommend it. There's so many of them being carried around by people in this area. They're so much harder to find, though. I'm not telling you where I'm going, stranger. Am I close enough now? Yes. Okay. Should be able to make this work. That chop is getting a bit too pronounced for my tastes. I'm not sure if you feel it, but I feel it, trying to control. Ooh, we got some Mastiffs over there. Maybe I can make that work. They're higher level. Oh, and we could have had a Toxel, too. Let's just see how much damage it does. Quite a bit. I'm gonna YOLO ball it. It's nowhere close to it, but I'm gonna throw ball. That had no right to catch anything. Oh no, you gotta see the stupid shit I'm pulling. I need to make sure Twitch is working. Come on, come back to me, come back to me. Are we good? We're back, okay. I just won a fight with a Pokemon twice my level by throwing a Pokeball when it was still very much in the green. A level 20 Mastiff. I was getting ready to bail out and run from the fight if Sprigatito went down. But here's the fun thing. I don't care about Home Claws. Ooh, Gandalf learned Echoed Voice. And more, you want to build up some static electricity, huh? Alright, I guess you can squat and go Super Saiyan. Now, one thing that might not be obvious as we're getting out of this menu, we just jumped over that cliff by throwing our Pokemon into a fight. We should not be able to reach this cliff. We were supposed to be consigned to the area south of Mesagosa, Los Platos. Everything's been working, you just put a lot of delay again. Ah, damn it. I'm sorry. So we are in a place we're not supposed to be. We can go damn near everywhere now. We can't go to any areas that are restricted by water travel. Or that have to climb. But anywhere that is at ground level now, or accessible via ground level with ramps or whatnot, we can get to. No! That's what I get for opening my fucking mouth. I could start another battle over again, but I don't want to double back to heal. so... Ow! I will explain again as we do it. I can't guarantee the same results, though. Motherfucker. I can't believe I did that to myself. Okay, we have spawns. Okay. Now, we are supposed to be restricted to this area I'm outlining right here. Actually, no, it's even tighter than that. It's going to be approximately from here, around here, and such. So if I zoom out, that is not even 5% of the map, because we're still functionally in the tutorial. That's where we're supposed to be restricted to. However, if I can get a Pokemon over there close enough to the ledge, we can jump it by starting a fight. And I'm using jump in air quotes. Because all we need to do is get somebody to spawn close enough to the ledge. We got lucky with that Mastiff last time. I could have gone straight to the Deerling this time, but I wanted to show you what kind of restrictive area we're working with. I think if you stay within the confines of the area, the most powerful thing you can find, and I guess slightly rare, would be a Flamigo. Oh, those are Staravias? Yeah, I don't see a single Starly in there. They're all Staravias. Ah. And none of them are coming this close. Well, I showed you once if you're lucky, and another time if you're... well, me. I didn't mean to zoom in there, but... fuck. Released in 2022. By the highest grossing IP in human history. Oh, there's a Fletchender on this side. You're not supposed to spawn here. But we are close enough to that cliff, so that's the risk you take. I'm going to take a bit more distance from here. Maybe that'll improve the volume of spawns. There we go, Mastiffs again. I'm still going to try and hit you before I throw a ball. Uh-oh. So now you can probably one-hit KO me. And that did even less damage than last time. That had no right to work, and it worked twice. When is this luck gonna happen when I'm not recording? Actually, it doesn't matter if I'm not recording anymore. It's just the same luck all the time. 100% or 0. No in between. So now, since we got over the cliff by starting a fight, we are now outside of the, air quotes, tutorial zone. I'm going to open the menu and save immediately. And run for it. A Salazzle already, Jesus. Oh, why don't I remember your name? Mudbray. So yeah, I drew you that line of where the starting zone began and ended. We are on the other side of that line now. And we can keep going. Oh, I'm only lucky because you're here, huh? Ooh, a Swablu. All that said, is this skip useful for anything? No. You're about to be let off the leash in anyway. Well, I say about. It's going to take like another 30 to 45 minutes. But this does mean you can catch a whole lot of Pokemon you're not supposed to before you even reach the school for the first time. You can level up dramatically as well. Instead of being stuck fighting stuff that's level 10 or below, we already won a level 20 fight. I know your name. I can't remember it. You're the first form of Espathra. Damn it, why don't I remember your name? I lied. There's Meditite on the side. More Rockruff. Also, fun fact, you can now catch Wild Rockruff with the hidden ability, but they don't have a Pokédex number, because the hidden ability Rockruff is considered a separate form, and only... Brain. Why can't I remember the names of Rockruff's other forms? Well, Lycanrock's forms, technically. I'm going to say Midday and Midnight are the two forms for Lycanrock. And because of that, those two forms were originally in Sun and Moon. Those both get Pokédex numbers that are more traditional. Lycanrock's Dusk form? I'm going to say that. Because the Dusk form technically relies on Rockruff's hidden ability, it gets a separate Pokédex number, or in the case of this game, it doesn't get a number. So if you try to sort it in your box, let's say, you see how in the top right section of the screen, under the Pokeball, you get number 148 on Diglett. That is its number in the Paldean Dex. It has a separate number for its native Kanto Dex, the National Dex, you name it. If we were to catch a Rockruff and it had the hidden ability, it would not have a number in that zone, under the Pokeball, next to its name. But only if it's the hidden ability Rockruff. I just find that interesting. Are you shitting me? Riolu. This early on. And I'm not even keeping this save. Oh my... What level? I have to try. I have to. Did you stop rendering in the middle of your introductory animation? Jesus. Oh. Huh. That's what I expected. Well, fuck. I'm not running. I'm gonna try and catch it. Okay, more. It's your turn. Hopefully you can do some more. Are you shitting me? There's a Charcadet behind us! A Riolu and now a motherfucking Charcadet. What the fuck is happening? Oh, Scatterbug's evolving. I forgot. Yeah, pick up the pace, Scatterbug. I want to get that Charcadet too. So this is the Metapod equivalent, the middle stage. How the fuck is there a Charcadet? A Riolu and a Charcadet. It's even a female! Ah, motherfucker! Try disarming voice, just something. Damn it, Gandalf, you didn't hit hard enough. You weren't paying attention for 1 fucking second. You always pick the best seconds. Not good odds. Not good odds at all. How? On a save I'm not keeping. I have to transfer these all out now. Clearly someone is either blessed or cursed on this file. What the fuck? I could have a full team of level 20s just fresh out of the wild before I even get to the school. What in the hell is happening? It could even be a good physical attacker. I can't judge its... Wait a minute. Are you Your mother... You have got to be kidding me! How? A Riolu and a Charcadet, and the Charcadet is marked! Marked out of the mother... Fuck, I don't... Fuck. Just... Fuck! The Dawn Mark. Oh my shit. I can't fucking believe it. It's not like the Dawn Mark in particular is rare, but it's a marked, random, wild Charcadet. Well, I gotta tell you, in my first playthrough, Scarlet or Violet, I had to go hunting these. They never just showed up randomly. And now, not only do I get one, just showing up in the middle of me fighting a Riolu, it's marked. It's motherfucking marked. Yeah, it's a calm nature. It's probably not going to be great competitively or whatever. Oh my shit! Or I'm just so weird. I don't know how. I mean, I know how I'm weird, but I don't know how this happened. Good for me, then. If I was actually planning on playing this through to the end on this save, that would be phenomenal. For now, let me just see if I can get over the cliffside. Let me think. What's the best way down from here? Probably... I can hear some gimme ghouls. Don't worry, my phone will save me. Also, yes, this is an adult with 5 o'clock shadow, who is also a student. And his telepathic Pokeball, or telekinetic, I guess. Same uniform. I'm not sure if we should be, what's the word I'm looking for here? I don't think we belong in the same grade level. Eeny, meeny, miny. I think this way. Oh yeah, and that Scyther with a golden aura, that would kill the shit out of us. So I'm trying not to piss it off. You know what? Having a parachute for a phone would be great. If for nothing else, it means you can't accidentally drop it. It can catch itself. Now look at the level of these Mareep here. This is where you'd probably be exiting from the town when you first get out. These are leveled more appropriately. I'm going to take another dive off a cliff. Didn't even need the phone that time, I just ramped it. Who needs physics? Some random Starlies, some Diglets. We're almost at a Pokemon Center. Wild Squovitz, Jigglypuff. And yes, if you go to battle trainers that are out in the overworld, you can talk to these guys in each of the regional Pokemon centers. They will give you a prize once you've beaten a certain number of trainers. I'm not going out for trainer fights right now, though. Okay. And now, because we've technically been to this Pokemon Center, it's unlocked as a fast travel location. We can use the air taxi to get back here. These other ones that don't have the wings on them, we can't fast travel to. But you see the wing icon. We've been to Cortando, at least to this one Pokemon Center. Even though we have been in the province, we haven't been to this specific Pokemon Center. So we go to this town, but not this one. But as you can see here, we can return to Los Platos. And we still have access to the Cortando Pokemon Centers. which means we don't even have to do the cliff skip anymore. If we wanted to, we could just fast travel out here and then wander around the entire map on foot. As much as it is, as much of it as is reachable on foot, mind you. Because you're not intended to get anywhere outside of here until you have your mount. At which point you can start doing the Herba Mysticas in order to unlock more mobility options. But there is still a tremendous amount of the game that is reachable just plain on foot if you don't want to use your mount. When I first played Violet, I want to say I got over 300 species captured before I went to school. I could probably pull up a picture. Let me see if I have that. If I don't have it on hand, it might not be... Let's see. Oh, it's not as much as I thought, but it is still quite a bit. Let me see. Let me see if I can save it as a JPEG as well to make sure the color works. Okay, where is that PNG I just grabbed? There we go. Save it as a PNG, and now we get color. As you can see, I spent 35 hours without leaving the tutorial zone, technically. And I captured 188 Pokemon. I saw 222. All before starting school. I even saw 2 shiny Pokemon. Chrome, shut the fuck up. I don't want to use Gemini. Get that out of my way. $188 Pokemon before I even finished the tutorial. The average Brit stay in the 1700s. I don't know where I got 300 out of my head. I think that was just the end of my playthrough then, not the beginning, but still. Zero badges, 188 Pokemon caught, 222 seen. And again, I'm reiterating, this was before I got to the first... the first class. This was before I unlocked a mount. I ran around the map gathering fashion items. Dang, yeah. It was so stupid, because it just meant I was doing it all slower for not having a mount. But I wanted to see how far I could get before I was annoyed. And I got pretty far. I got to almost half of the regional decks. Can you do more? Yes, I've seen videos. Go look at Johnstone if you want to see somebody who really... I think he got everything that was technically available before starting the school. It's been a while since I've seen that video, though. I think he put it out in 2022, 2023. It's been at least 2 years. But if you want to see somebody else who's done that, go look for Johnstone. For me, though, that's as far as I got. The 2 shinies, though, that really got under my skin. It's like... I think it was... a shiny Lechonk and a shiny Tarantula. I have both of them still. I like them. But the fact I got that far into the playthrough, I was already encountering shinies. Some flavor of ridiculous. I just can't believe it. I was only trying to get out of bounds to show you how the old thing worked. There's no real reason to anymore. Unless you're doing a self-imposed challenge run. A random-ass marked female Charcadet, though. Yeah, it's calm. It's not going to be great. But at the same point, I spent hours trying to get one Charcadet in my old saves. Because they just didn't spawn for me. I didn't get lucky. Everywhere people told me to look for them, it's like, okay, there's stuff spawning here, but not a Charcadet. Oh, excuse me. Just need to hydrate. Okay, I think I'm okay now. I'm sorry about that. What was I saying? Right. A marked female Charcadet in the wild. I wasn't even looking for it. The goddamn odds. Either my first playthrough just had shit spawns, or this new playthrough hit a jackpot. Also, I just want to say shiny hunting these is terrible. The only part of them that changes when they're shiny is the eye color. They go from orangey red to blue. You may or may not have noticed, this thing is a bobblehead. You can't even see both its eyes from a guaranteed angle. So, I shiny hunted 3 of these to make sure I got the base form and both its evolutions. Just looking for 2 little specks of blue on a handheld Switch. It was awful. But I did it, and I'm not going to do it again. So, even though we could technically explore outside of Los Platos early on, there's not really a point to. Wait. Do you see that, or am I crazy? The land is melting. That's weird. Oh my... I hate this save so much. I'm not kidding you when I tell you it took me 2 hours to find 1 bounce suite on my first Violet run. 1! A pack of 3 just spawned in front of me and I wasn't even looking for them. This shit is rigged. I don't care if it's in my favor, it's rigged, and that bothers me. The camera again. I'm catching more of them. Fuck it. This is for my past self that spent hours looking for bounce suites here. I've seen so few of them, I forgot their goddamn names. And that's the crit capture, like I was telling you about before. As if you didn't already see it with the Psyduck. Is that last bounce suite still anywhere around here, or did it run out of spawn range? Oh no, you're still technically here. I'm catching you 3. You know what? I'm gonna hit you. Just out of spite. Play nice! Well, how about you play in captivity? I cannot fucking believe that. 3 bounce suites just as I'm randomly going up Los Platos. I spent hours hunting for that in my first playthrough. Hours, plural! Okay, well, none of them are marked, so I don't have to have a complete brain aneurysm. Unlike my Twitch stability. Come on back. Come on back to me. Come on. Come on. What is this hand motion? That's someone else's Friday night. Come on. Come back to me. Reconnect, damn you. Nothing but pinwheels. Still loading, you son of a whore. Something's wrong with your internet. It might be Twitch, too. We are back, but it's going to be at a significant delay now. Okay, I'm going to keep moving. Let me know if it stops completely. 3 bounce suites. None of these are good. I guess you don't have to do anything to attack them. They can't hit back, but they can lower your stats and be annoying. I guess the relaxed one might be the best of the 3, but it evolves into a physical attacker, so none of these are great. The only thing that could make this worse is if I get a random Pachirisu. Which, hey, we've already got the Squovits around for squirrels, so never say never. I think that one's a guaranteed spawn, because I recognize that Pachirisu from that tree. The question is if I can catch it or not. Really? Thank you. Okay, so I'm safe to put in another scratch. I don't know if that Pachirisu is a guarantee, but I do remember specifically catching one at this same tree in a previous save. So I'm not going to call that bullshit immediately. You think it's both, to be honest. I hope not. But yeah, that's a Gen 4 Pikachu clone. There's nothing else I'm looking for right now. Nothing else I really want, even. We don't need a heal, because we're only missing 2 HP. And now that we're at the door, Nemona's going to show up. And she's going to have 2 whole Pokemon. Did you just hear optimism? Out of me. Yeah, I'm delusional. It's been too long! Do you now? Oh, wow. See, this is the only one that includes the word no, even though I can't say no. Fuck. Alright, fine. I'll be fruity, but just for you. The delay is huge. Hopefully it levels out a bit. It looks like it's catching up. Catching up, not caught up, mind you. Uh-huh. Well, I out-level and outnumber you, so... You sure? Leaf! That's true. I know how rock, paper, scissors works. And you know, we were talking about fried duck and noodles earlier, so maybe I'll take a bite out of yours. No, stay. Delulu is the Solulu. Well, then let me do a soliloquy of delusion for you. It's so precious. Assault it! I'm gonna kick your ace. What is it? It had an idea. Was the idea not taking over half health its damage? Clearly not. Okay, welcome back. I think we're at a sub 10-second delay then. You terastallized an electric type into an electric type. Congratulations. That did nothing. I know I meme on I've played these games before, but can we get a mainline Pokemon game that acknowledges that some people have been playing these for over 20 years? Please? Yes, delay's almost gone. What the fuck? Fingers crossed it sticks that way for a bit. Yeah, fuck Tail Whip. Now Weedcat has a magical leaf. We're on our way. Sprig, you're a little too short for that frame. No, no one is that old. Clearly not a piece of necrotech with enough Pokemania knowledge saved for too many childhoods. None of them functioning. None of them mine. Or one of them, maybe. Hard to say. Yeah, I don't have access to the regional gimmick yet. Or generational gimmick, I should say. People are only born 17 or younger. Wow, born 17 or younger. So we just start immediately at 18 birthday candles? Or are you wishing for something a bit less hag-maxy? Yeah, she's gonna take a quick breather, unless we walk in immediately. And the decision has already been made for us. Nice role-playing game, right? No. It never gets older than 17, that's what you mean. You're just bad at words. Another showcase. And I'll be optimistic and say this looks like a Wii game. So jagged. The only major city in Paldea. The rest of them barely count as towns. A big trade hub. Game Freak, honey, I don't know how to tell you this. You have not scaled with the times. Where was the optimism in there? I heard nothing. I could have said something, but I already forgot it immediately. Well, clearly we're a fashionista. Don't take the words out of my mouth. I like a clean shave, actually, so my helmet has some breathing room. I did say something. I say a lot of things, none of which are coherent. You're taking care of government paperwork on my behalf? Never mind, you're awesome. Yay, the stairs, where I have to fight the camera. Hey, if you want me to look around, I'm gonna look around, and oh my shit. I don't even think that's a 240p texture. Oh. It's rough. Oh, was it when I give it the benefit of the doubt and comparing it to a Wii game? Was that what you're talking about? You know, Ubisoft's Just Dance releases might not lead you to believe it, but the Wii came out 2005. Maybe 2006. I want to say 2005. This game came out in 2022, 17 years later. It should not look like it runs on a Wii. I gave it the benefit of the doubt and said it looks like a Wii game because I think a GameCube might have trouble with it. It wouldn't have trouble with that. But I think there's enough objects and shapes on here a GameCube would generally struggle. Nuh-uh, it didn't. I still have my sister's original Wii. She wasn't in high school yet when the Wii came out. I don't even think I was in high school yet when the Wii came out. You fucking remember the Wii being announced? It's not that old? Are you ready to have your heart broken? The PlayStation 3 is a retro console. Maybe not in its entirety, but the launch model most certainly is. Ratchet and Clank Future, Tools of Destruction. No, fuck me. I'm Bitkaba. Stop. Don't hate the printer, hate the calendar. I didn't write the numbers. Oh my fucking god, no way. I had a fat PS3 with a memory card reader. It died. It got the yellow light of death. That would have been retro if it survived. Your heart is crumbling. I am a bastard, aren't I? I don't know how I'm gonna make it up to you, but I'm sure I'll find a way. Okay, we don't have to go to any of the shops before we proceed with the next area. Oh yes, if you have save games for... Let me think. If you have save games for Let's Go Pikachu or Let's Go Eevee, Sword, Shield, or Legends Arceus. Is there anything for BDSP? I think there is one for BDSP as well. If you have save games from the other Pokemon games that released on Switch prior to this game coming out, you can get a phone case for it. I don't think I have any of those saves on this Switch right now, though. Too close, 5 feet apart! Now, what were you saying about 5 feet? What is that, 25 toes? Well, I can toe that line. Or... would you rather get a leg up on the competition? Okay, that's enough. Go ahead and bonk. I've already won. I don't need any of these, by the way. These give you, it says right there, egg power, raid power, item drop. The food buffs don't really have you eating something for, like, a survival indicator. It's just for buffs that apply in-game time. And I do believe those are volatile buffs, so you can't keep them if you save and quit. Go ahead and time me out, then. I'm having quite the time already. Now, if you want to look at the inside of the store, you can't. It doesn't exist. The inside of stores, they're only menus. You can get a better look at it if you have multiplayer, or somebody with you in multiplayer. But basically, all you get to see is a void in the store, and then you go out to a menu. It's empty. You just go through the door and menus. You can time me out on my own stream? What are the Kanye lyrics? No one man should have all that power. You're not gonna, but you have the button. Every store is just a menu, unless it's an outdoor, like, a stand for food. Come back to me, Twitch. I think we're back. Okay. Oh, hey. And yes, just in case you were wondering, there are entire stores dedicated to exclusively socks. Do I come here often, trying to refresh my Twitch page to figure out why the connection broke? Very frequently, in fact. Why do you take time to load in? It's just a one menu for the entire store. Why? Like, I keep reiterating, it's not a launch model Switch. This is a... These bitches were double teaming. Not Shadowclone no Jutsu. Yes, socks and tights. That's all there was in that entire store. One page for one menu. And it still takes time to load. I don't understand. And there's plenty of other stores here. You get, like, picnicking supplies. You can go get a haircut. You can pick up food. You can pick up hold items for your Pokemon. You can get evolution stones, that kind of shit. Wow, in this economy, how do they survive with such a slim stock? You can literally buy out everything they have. And they'll let you back in for the empty menus. So then you can leave again. The only times they add more stock is if you go to the DLCs and you get far enough in each one of them, you get the teal card or the indigo card, and that unlocks new items at some vendors. Those are the only times they get new items. I think if you go to Delibird Presents, then that or other stores that do specifically battle or use case items, then those will progressively unlock as you get gym badges. But aside from that, every cosmetic is unlocked as soon as you interface with that store or have those relevant cards. It's so unnecessary. And here's something I don't know if I can replicate. But back when I played, I cleaned out all the stores. I got every cosmetic item. So whenever I would open up, not that side, this side. Whenever I would open up this cosmetic menu for customizing, the more items you had, it would take longer to open, but it would only do so immediately after you acquired something new. It's not like you have more stuff, therefore it takes longer to load. No. It takes longer to load after you get each new thing. But not every time you open it up. So if you have every item unlocked for cosmetic customization, like even before the DLCs, just everything unlocked before that, it will take you multiple minutes to just open this menu for the first time. And it's still not snappy afterwards, but the initial load time after you acquire all of those items is ridiculous. It makes no sense. Well, no time to fight the stairs. We have to go fight the pentagrams. A demonic anti-bullying campaign run amok. Unfortunately, none of them actually run amok on their team. Who's quota? I could just ignore this. It's not my problem. But see, here's the thing. You can't go up the stairs until you deal with them. There are other ways to get up to that level, but the flight of stairs that you need to go up to, the second one, leading to the school, you can't go up those until you deal with that. I'll show you. I don't remember the entirety of the city map, but I think I know a way to get there. I will hydrate momentarily. I can go under this, around that. Should be able to. No catching these Magikarp, they're purely decorative. Where'd you get a float? I know you're a cat, but you don't need water wings, right? No, it's not here. Okay, we're back. Excellent. This would be so much easier if I had the damn mount, because I could just jump over the railing instead of having to find the long way around, but we're doing a lot of stuff without mounts today. So now, as you can see, we've gotten around that other kerfuffle. But we still can't say hasta luego to this fight, because even if we approach them from the side or behind, they're still going to go off on us. But what if I ambush them from behind? Auto Battler, go sick 'em. Okay, I think we're back now. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to help her anyway. Might as well do it now. I was behind them. How did I run in from stage right? Look, I know I'm one to talk, but put on your suspenders correctly. Do you really want to be cosplaying me? Really? Sorry, I had to mute. Sneezed vigorously. Ugh. But yeah, as I was saying, why are you not wearing your suspenders correctly? The suspense is killing me. I don't know nothing. Your gritty is weak to my grass types. Thank you for the blessing. Now, let's see. I don't remember if you start as a poison type or not. But I have a 5-level lead on you, so fuck it. Magical Leaf. Yep, you do start as a poison type. Okay. Well, that bites. And so does this. There's so many weak Pokemon out front. How does anybody only have one? My helmet is bigger than yours, and blacker too. I like some of the slang they're trying to integrate, like randos, but others just seem odd. Like, we're gonna find slang later on. I don't remember if it's a mandatory section of the game. I don't even know how to pronounce it. But apparently it has something to do with white women, and I don't listen to my family enough to have caught on. Chugi, I think? Shugi? Shwagi? It's not Shui from Batman Beyond. We weren't not pissing you off. Ballin'. Thank you for the nepotism gift. You know, we could use her new present, but we could also just ignore it and smash whatever they throw out. Huh? Terastallization is basically... What the fuck am I on about? I don't know what you're talking about. I've been on too many topics recently. So when a Pokemon changes its Terra type, this can be confusing. Offensively, it adds a type. So if you Terra Electric on an electric Pokemon, you get double the electric bonus if it's a super or a same type effectiveness, or words. Same type attack bonus. That's only if you're offensively calculating Terra. Defensively, it replaces your type. So if you terastallize an electric type, but you change it into a ground type, you don't get the resistances of both. You just become a ground type, defensively. So it has its pros and cons. I think the biggest con is that you have to recharge every time you use it. Outside of certain story sequences. Talking about too many topics, I'm just gonna smash you. No need to Terra. And you're going to introduce me to another topic? Really? Alright, that's your call. Little Nightmares oh, wait. That's tomorrow? I thought it was Wow. So yeah, she does acknowledge whether or not you terastallize, but it's not much. It's multiplayer, or multi-layer? I'm guessing you just forgot a letter. Multiplayer. Hydrating again. I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah, I think we might just be finishing the first school sequence, and then I might have to call it, because this is happening more often. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. But yeah, I did hear Little Nightmares 3 is multiplayer. It looks good. I still have not played Nightmares 2, though. I only played the first game. Hoodlums, ruffians, Irks without a J in front of them. Am I really, though? Well, it's either okay or RIP. Either way, it's 3 letters or less. Don't do? Well, I'm gonna do it! Not dying, but doing. Also, everybody else has to be in some flavor of uniform except for Penny. I don't get it. Like, allegedly, she's from Galar, and so are we. Why does she just get to wear a hoodie? I call shenanigans on the dress code. You're forcing me to play it with you just so I know. Oh, I could do that. Yeah, words. Ah. I'd be down to play, sure. I'm not sure if I'm missing any info from Little Nightmares 2, but I'd be down to try it. Not tomorrow, though. Tomorrow, we're going to be streaming again, and I promised a friend that we'd be hanging out in person together. He wants me to play the demo for Digimon Time Stranger. That game has just come out less than a week ago, I think. I think it came out on the 4th, 3rd, I can't count. The 3rd would have been a Friday, so I'm going to say the 3rd. Who the fuck is Penny? The girl with the bob cut, the gray hoodie, and the Eevee backpack. She ran off after we dealt with Team Star. The bitch with short hair and glasses. Did they actually not give us her name yet? Wait a minute. What? Is that happening proximity to me, or... Oh my shit, it is. What the fuck? Oh, that's adorable. I'm not sure if that's trying to be my shadow. It's just a giant circle. Or, nope, there it is again. Uh-huh. No, it's not my shadow, because it changes based on the camera, not where my character is. There's the shadows based on the light. What the... I don't know what this circle is. It's behaving like a shadow, sort of. That is weird. Like, was I just generally happier in 2022 and able to ignore things breaking? There is a non-0% chance of that. I still had a job with health insurance in 2022. Not tomorrow, Rip. You have to work tomorrow and Sunday. Oh. The more you know. And you didn't really pay attention to NPCs. There's more than one door glitch in this game. I already showed you the one for my ID. This is the only door that gets you into the school, by the way. Even though there's different pathways arching around, those just lead to dead ends. Oh, wow, that's blocky. And now they've rendered more of it. It's still not great, but... Hi, keep waving, hello. That Psyduck's head is oddly angular. Even though he's immediately in front of us for this shot, I don't think they bothered using his high poly model. But yeah, now he's waving too, so it's all good. Really, Nimona, the Battle Pro, doesn't know why they banned Pokemon battles in the entrance. It was you, wasn't it? This game is just a glitch in general. Highest grossing IP in human history. They can't I was gonna say they can't hire a QA department, but neither can Bethesda, and Microsoft owns them. All of their games are built for Windows first. Oh, it was rough. It was a slog. I don't know how I survived. I ended up outside of Cortando. How the fuck did Nintendo D this and rank? Oh yeah, we can sell this. Ruh-roh? That makes more sense if I just use a Scooby-Doo voice. I'm not gonna. They saw this and figured, yeah, you know what? This is going to be our holiday game for 2022. This is going to be our flagship for the IP moving forward. This was either the third Pokemon game, because there was BDSP, then Legends Arceus, and then Scarlet and Violet, unless I'm forgetting one. Am I forgetting one? No. Because Legends ZA comes out next week. Nintendo seal of quality. Right. The fledglings in the background have like 3 frames of animation. Oh no, and the kids are a low frame rate too! Yep, and I'll do it again! No no brakes, all gas. Oh, who am I kidding? No gas either. I'm gassed out. There we go. There's the name drop. Okay. How is there chop in a basic circle wipe? Oh no! Look at them kicking! Apparently this is what pushes a Switch 1 to the limit. Forget about Xenoblade Chronicles. Forget about Breath of the Wild. No, this is what the powerhouse of mobile consoles. This is where it draws the line. Oh no. No. I feel like this is even worse than I remember. Like, it was noticeable when I first played Scarlet and Violet, but now I can't look away. Impressive. We've stolen an Englishman. English boy. Now we're making him Spanish. It's slightly better when they pan around and there's less of it visible. Slightly. Hi, I'm Vanilla. I wear my helmet indoors. Why are all of you marionettes? Like, I think they tried to desync them, but they're all still moving at such a suspiciously low rate. It's unnerving. I feel like in 2022, most smartphones could do better than this. Is that a gross oversimplification? Probably. But I also feel like most people wouldn't let a game play on a smartphone if it didn't perform better than this. Yeah. Okay. Right, I'm Vanilla. Your answer here practically doesn't matter. I think there's a little bit of flavor difference, but that's it. Well, we're not Nemona's friend here, so I'm not going to say battling. Collecting is my thing. Playing, or... we could be indecisive as fuck. Fuck it, we're just playing around, right? Nope, not even a flavor difference. Not yet, at least. Here's the flavor difference. You know what? I'm looking for answers that include the word no. I don't actually know. Also, even though this is a game where you are a student in a school, there is no point at which you are obligated to attend class. Not even once. You can do it for optional side content, but the school is entirely optional. Once you get past the tutorial, that is. Even the mandatory part of the school doesn't have you attending classes. You're just going around the campus looking for people and stuff. All these classes just showed up. None of them are mandatory. Nemona's gone. I'm going to just spoil it. None of these people have anything interesting to say. Actually, before I walk out of here... it's a Pokemon school where you can't read the blackboard. 0 out of 10. Literally unplayable. I guess we'll go chase after Nemona first. La Primera, aka Champion Gita. A lot of people give her shit, but I will say this. Would. Also, all of these blue and violet accents, the wild hair. The lanky black... Maybe it's just me being overly optimistic. But I could see those compass marks on her hand also being interchangeable with a clock. Okay, yes, it's a thickly veiled Bayonetta reference. It has nothing to do with her actual character, mind you. It's just me trying to find something to grab onto. And Miss Ryford doesn't have class yet. Look, I could be simping for one of the children or one of the Pokémon. Just let me have this. As a champion, she's very weak, unfortunately. They tried fixing her in one of the DLCs, but it just rearranges her team a little bit and bumps their levels. It's not much. She looked awesome. She's strong? Why are you starting with a lie? She can do pretty much anything except win a Pokemon battle. I don't think that's cool coming out of her ears. It might be hair. Could be blue, could be gray, could be gold. Could be crystal, actually. Wait, is her hair made of Johto? This is the little bit of flavor that could be, but it's not. I don't know. You guess you can see it, kinda. I'm stretching, I'll admit. So a champion rank is just a GED in cockfighting. No, please brag about the cocks. All my attention. But what if all the real treasure was the loot we plundered along the way? Like these crafting materials. You don't have to do that. I don't need more points of interest on my map. Goody. That is the official start of the gym leader route. And the Elite Four champion, naturally. No, Miss Ryford isn't in here, so... I don't remember if she's in the... Does she spawn in the staff room before you access the overworld broadly? I don't remember. I don't think so. Oh, poor thing. It's so... What's the word I'm looking for here? Amorphous. You can't even tell what produce is in front of you. Well, if it's an apple, and you're going to see a giant green worm come out of it. And when I say worm, I mean worm with a Y, because dragon type. Yeah. Heat Rotom. You know what type it becomes? Fire. You can also order lunch here in the cafeteria. Just in case your mother was worried you weren't getting enough sandwiches. I gotta tell you, if I'm ordering food in-game, I rarely go anywhere other than, Medali, which is a town with a normal-type gym leader. No, I don't want to go anywhere. I'm walking past the door. Past. Oh, and here's a cute one, Zorua. When Black and White first came out, Zorua was so rare, people thought it was a mythical. But no, it was just like the Lucario treatment from Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. It was briefly event exclusive, if memory serves. I think you needed to specifically import 2 event Pokemon from Gen 4 into your Gen 5 games. It was a Celebi that you would import that would get you Zorua, the first form, or it was one of the 3 legendary beasts. They did a shiny distribution for them. Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. You would import one of those 3, and depending on which one you imported, the Zorua would change form, disguising itself as a different legendary beast to start with. Zoroark, not Zorua, sorry. And you could breed that Zoroark, so it's not like it was a mythical or anything. Or even if it wasn't mythical, you could technically breed Manaphy, but that results in a Phione, not more Manaphy. It was just one of the weird things moving between generations. It's a cute puppy, yeah. Kinda looks like a Neopet to me, but still, I like it. Not in the slightest. Yeah, sure. Really? You decided you need to abduct a freshman? Alright, what is it? So you think you can live your life as an Instagram reel? I'm sure you'll make some man a very happy husband one day. Now, I told you before the acronym HM stood for Hidden Machines, but look at what's at the bottom of the page right now. Herba Mystica. It's capitalized. HM. It was never confirmed by any professionals that worked on the game, but the community has broadly decided that HM was deliberate here. Because what Herba Mystica is going to do is when we give sandwiches including Herba Mystica to Miraidon or Koraidon, they're going to unlock new movement options. The same thing that would functionally be taught via moves that were on HMs in older Pokemon games. It's a small thing, but I like it. It gets rid of the annoying part of the HMs, with them being moves you have to go to a deleter to get rid of. But it still increases the amount of movement options. It does unfortunately mean that all your movement options have to go into one Pokemon. So, if you don't like using a Koraidon or a Miraidon as a mount, you don't have any other options. You have to use one specific Pokemon for everything. It's not even like if you catch another one, or trade in the opposite, you could switch. It has to be this one specific Koraidon or Miraidon from the very beginning. They were rare, if not for certain Terra raids. 7 stars or less. You think all of the Titans are going to be paradoxes, huh? Well, I've already got a pair of ducks in my boxes. HDMI! Oh, it's finally getting clear to you visually. It's certainly not, word. It's certainly not UHD. I feel like even docked this isn't 720. You don't have any friends with strong Pokemon to lend you hand? I'm surprised you have friends at all. Oh, you're gonna go crawling to Nemona anyway. Just not right now. Yeah, about that you want me to help you, and I'd rather not. No doesn't mean I'll think about it. No means no. And he's got a bunch of little floettes on the back, not floette, flabebes on the back of his phone case. It's cute. The Path of Legends, which actually has no mandatory legendary Pokemon on it. It's just Herba Mystica stuff. They couldn't call it the Path of Titans, because I already have all the pot in my cat. A bag of Stardust. You can only use this to sell. It does nothing else. Right. Your lucky movement tech is locked behind your quest line. Anyway. My phone's going off. In-game this time. What do you mean, hacked, exactly? Did you guess my password? 123 should have been impossible, especially with a 4 behind it. Not even slightly. I don't know things! Ah, yes. Is that still 5 mana in Hearthstone? You don't want an ally, you want a pawn. And frankly, I'm not that good at chess. So, game over. Why does nobody understand no means no here? Couldn't it at least be the hot history teacher that tells me no doesn't mean no? I can't keep my voice down. I'm incredibly eclectic about how I raise and lower it. But I'll be more careful that no one actually hears it. I will, however, keep raising and lowering it. Just a smidgen. Yes. Okay, then. I'll catch you later, Clavel, sorry. Stay lively, Clively. So inconspicuous. I just got booted from the cafeteria, and now I was just talking to the director in the cafeteria. Why couldn't he talk to me there? Alright, I get it. Now, even though it looks like there's stairs that lead to places in here, you can only move around the school by using the fast travel terminal. None of these doors will actually take you anywhere you're trying to go. Instead, they take you to another fast travel terminal. In fact, I'm fairly certain that the only door that doesn't go to a fast travel terminal is the front door to leave. I should be grateful we even got that much. small indie company, you know. They can't really afford things like map design. Why is everybody flickering in and out of existence? What the fuck? Cameras are hard. I need to pull up a quote. Okay, are we all right on the Twitch side of things now? Looks like we're back to functioning, son of a bitch. Are we back now on Twitch? Rip? Okay, let me just see if we're back or not. Well, Gandalf, thank you for the raid. We've been missing you. I named one of my Pokemon after you. I hope you like pork. Or just a little chunky fellas. I hope you had a good stream. Thanks for coming back. So yeah, now that we're hopefully back in real time, I want to bring up a quote. If I could just pull up that file. Where did I save it? Oh, here we go. Of course, it is very difficult to make the game, so I hope people don't set their expectations too high. I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm not setting unrealistic expectations for characters that are, what, 3-5 meters away from me, not popping in and out of existence based on my camera angle, in a building that looks like it could run on a Wii or a GameCube. For such a limited... There's basically nothing I can interact with in here, except for occasional speech bubbles and fast travel terminals. And there's one NPC that will give me a quest to do class that will translate me to another zone. Can't beat a good sausage. Yeah. Unfortunately, you don't get to pick where this one is shoved. Since I was told to report to the director's office, actually, what if I leave? I can't leave. So, I could attend classes to waste time. I could try to leave. I could talk to a handful of NPCs. Or I could fast travel to exactly one location. And the game is still performing like it would be underwhelming on the Wii. Do you know what we had on the Wii? Pokemon Battle Revolution. Tendo edits a week out peak. No. I would love to hear the explanation. I'm pretty sure I could have talked to the television from the cafeteria. Oh, come on. My character can't be as dumb as me. At least one of us needs a brain. Okay, so if you wanted a husbando, I think this is as close as you're getting. This is Arvin's father. The source of all his daddy issues. He wears purple spandex. I wonder what the root of the daddy issues is. That's not my ID. I mean, technically it's my student ID, but it's not my trainer ID. What if I say no? You clearly have too much information. I haven't released Miraidon since I got to the school. Whose security cameras are you pulling from? The Rizzler? That's one option. With what? Ah, the motorcycle! I shouldn't have parked it in the director's office. You keep asking about Geass, but we're not watching Code Geass right now. Your son. Right? Right. No. I have been nothing but abrasive and obtuse the entire time. I am a bastard. You are leaving it in terrible hands. The daddy in purple spandex is telling me to mount his... Why are you making it too easy? I'm not going to straddle your pet. I'm not putting a saddle on him. I told you, you should not trust me with this. A Paradox Pokemon from Area 0? Impossible. Also, you clearly need to get your glasses refitted. Turo made a robot that can pass the Turing test. No, it's time travel. I don't think it's a favor if I never get a chance to say no. It's a demand. Yeah, I'm telling you quite literally, in 10 minutes or less, I'm not coming back to the school on this save ever again. Nobody knocks. Everybody just barges in. Oh, you want to keep laughing? Keep laughing then. I'm going to take a drink. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. Go for it. I hope your sides ache after that. I'm surprised they would even allow co-ed dorms, or co-ed cross-pollination to bring me to my dorm, but whatever. And you will never have to return here ever again. You will be forcibly teleported into it once, actually, at the end of the Area Zero storyline. But aside from that, never again. I don't want to go to sleep. What if I want to battle right now? Nemona, battle, now! Nemona, battle, now! I should be able to summon her by saying that. That's like saying, Goku, dinner time! I'd like to see how clean the bathroom is, you know, in person, rather than just being shown a door. Okay, considering the age range of students in this school is basically 8 to 80, I don't know how many of them should have a full-on kitchenette. I stood up once at the beginning of this game. I'll never be allowed to sit down again. Alright, since I'm out of options, I might as well. That's it, end it right on the line. There. Oh. Close enough. No bathroom breaks? Piss off. Well, at least the bed looks clean. I can change that. The no reset my camera just ever so slightly. Fine. Put me in. And now, for the majority of our schooling career and the entirety of it that is mandatory, montage. I didn't click through that, by the way. They only have so many day-night cycles. They don't keep that looping indefinitely, so it has to play out. And like all ballets, eventually the enchanté wears out. The climax. I can't remember if I should save here or after this sequence. But I do want to check... Oh, no. Tactical Demona first. This is why I saved. Because I want to talk to Nimona before I rush out there. I don't think it's going to change anything, but I want to. You have a good night too, Gandalf. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoy your Lechonk. And thank you again, both for hanging out and for the sub. It's tremendously appreciated. Gotta crawl from your desk to your bed before you pass out. You could always build your bed into your desk. We gotta go. Director's orders. But what if... Would you let me? You will actually let me lay down for a rest. No time is passing. It's just a matter of healing the team. Yep. No matter how long you wait in here, by the way, she will not rush you, even though she says we have to go. Might as well just bide our times, then. Oh, and all the head pats being traded in. Everybody's being all amicable and shit. Kudos. I never looked at this Pachirisu, did I? Pickup, not bad. Modest, I think I'd rather have a physical attacker. So yeah, I'm being all casual about it. Nothing urgent, right? It's not like the director's orders. Would you like to shine my helmet? It's only slightly dented. Eventually the brain damage Riz will work. Excellent. It seems everyone is here. Well then, it's time that I explained your independent study assignment. As usual, the theme will be a treasure hunt. I ask each of you to set out and travel the world in search of your own treasure. You have all learned much within the walls of our fine academy. But now, it is time to turn your eyes upon the wider world and deepen your understanding. Explore Paldea's abundant nature, soak in its rich culture, discover the Pokémon that live here, and get to know the people too. Where will you travel? Who will you meet? And what will you achieve? Of course, your Pokémon partners will be there to help you. You will journey together, learn new things together, share each other's thoughts and feelings, and find something you might always treasure. I look forward to welcoming you all back after your independent study, when you return to us as fine young trainers. Let the treasure hunt begin! Onward! And that was the one cutscene they did voice acting for, but again, only in the fucking commercial. I can't explain... Actually, I can't. They're cheap and lazy. I can't explain it. I just don't want to. Fuck. I made it sound predatory? But at least I'm warning him of the danger. I might be the danger. Legally, it's a joke. And he's not kidding. If you try to enter the crater, you get teleported out. It won't even give you a chance to get in there early. So what do we do? So we have this independent study thing repeatedly throughout our school careers. Hi. Oh, come on, it's the middle of a cutscene and shit's still flickering out of existence. So it's not all about a literal treasure, but it could be about a literal treasure. Just like real life, for real, for real. Probably not. Yes, I'm aware of how to pin a marker on a map. Nintendo, this is not my first RPG. You wanna know how? You wanna know why? I've been playing Pokemon RPGs for over 20 years. Oh, please, you're fighting over... Ladies, ladies, please, there's enough of me to go around. Well, I'm sorry, lady and girl. I didn't mean to diminish Nimona like that. Ah, the return of Hackerman. Right. Because we got the map markers from the other two before the speech. Now we got these. I still never agreed to help you. Oh, they're gonna be a problem. Well, they're gonna be a problem for whoever needs to make the pine boxes. I'll put them all in the ground. So you're playing by old school rules. Yeah, by the way, these gym buildings, you are rarely going to need to actually be in them for the gym fight. You have to talk to somebody at reception to get things kicked off, but really, the gyms themselves are irrelevant. It's got to be your mother? No. Well, hopefully Mastiff doesn't evolve anything that still starts with those same two letters, right? Honey, you think you're Kronk, but you're not. Fine, I'll put something in your tank. Oh? Now we can finally mount up. We can ride, we can jump, and to start with, that's about it. What curious evolutionary developments. Alright, get out of here. You're cramping my style. And now we have been unleashed. I was doing a lot of bullshitting, I'll admit, but it should not take you 5 hours for an open world game to say, hey, now it's open. So, first things first, you get a little bit of different dialogue pop up depending on which gate you go to first. Yeah. So I'm going to start with the western gate. I still don't have a speed up. This is barely faster. Apparently you're not allowed to talk on your cell phone while riding a lizard. Sup? Are you sure the hacker's not the only one spying on me? Cortando, yes. The baker who specializes in bugs instead of fairies. That's a weird one, personally. And now we're going to back out. I'm going to show you the dialogue if you go out the eastern gate. Because Nemona wants you to go to the western gate for the gym challenge. God damn it, why does this keep crashing? Okay, we're good. The bar is green. It's looking very Tetris-y, but it's technically green. Okay. What was I saying? Right, Nemona wants you to go out the western gate. Arvin wants you to go out the eastern gate for the Herba Mystica. It doesn't save you being on a mount, by the way. Aww. Yeah, and again, that's 3 for 3 on spying. I just read that as snowy, not stony. I am far gone. Okay. Okay, I'll let you know if anything starts rolling my way. That rocks. Yep. I'm just going to go back to the middle of the town square again before we finish things up. Yeah, I'm really starting to feel that. Okay. Now, I do believe I have everything set up on my Switch to sync with my real clock, so it should be 6:45 real time. The thing is that since you are still coming out of a cutscene from the story sequence, this time is preset. The weather is not. I've had it where when I'm walking down the stairs with Nemona during that sequence, it'll start raining, and then it might stop raining by the time I actually get onto my mount. So the time of day is set, the weather is not, but it should change the weather as soon as I go out the door. And yes, there are 3 doors out of Mesa Goza, because we entered from the south. But you are not going to get a prompt from either Arvin or Nemona if you go this way. You're not going to get anything from even Cassiopeia for the Team Star route. You figure the 3rd door, the 3rd person, but nope, it's just no dialogue if you go out this door. And you'll only get that dialogue the one time as you are completing that section of the story. I guess it is overcast enough I can't really tell. Hang on. So that's as far as we got. 420. 420 with Weed Cats. I knew it. Sometimes the stars do align. Now, unfortunately, we will not be continuing this playthrough as vanilla. We will be exiting out the Eastern Gate, and I think I'm going to start with the Herba Mystica route. I showed you at the beginning of stream. These are my 2 previous playthroughs orders, or these are my first playthroughs from Scarlet and Violet, respectively. Scarlet on the bottom, Violet on the top. In Scarlet, I went with a strict level order, from lowest to highest. In Violet, I tried to do that in reverse, so I start with the highest level enemy and work my way down to the easiest. Unfortunately, because of some restrictions with Herba Mystica and the movement tech unlocked from the mount, you can't do all of those in reverse level order. I did the closest approximation possible, and I will tell you, I tried. I tried to get number 15 even sooner. But it's just not possible with the movement available in the game. Might have been on an older version. Not possible when I did this, unfortunately. So my plan is to do the full Herba Mystica route first, and then I could go either for the gym route or the Team Star route. I'm not decided on those. I'm definitely doing Herba Mystica route first because I want all the movement unlocked. And there's also a difference at the end of the Herba Mystica route depending on whether you do the Herba Mystica route first, second, or last. We're only doing 2 playthroughs, so I can only show you 2 of those 3. However, the option for doing it second instead of third is just getting, like, a partial if you've done first or third. So, realistically, you're only going to need 2 playthroughs to see that difference. That's my plan. I'm going to do full paths, and for my first one, for Violet, it's going to be Herba Mystica. I'm thinking after that I'll do Team Star, and then I can finish with the gyms. That feels like a good choice. Watch me mess it up regardless. I don't know what I'm going to do for the Scarlet playthrough, but that is my initial plan. If you want me to try a different route or something a little more gimmicky, say the word. I'm up for a challenge. Like, you've already seen my Violet team that I've got ready. They're level 97. And because we're not running on the launch version of the games, they will actually obey me properly this time. My first Violet playthrough. Okay, do I have anything to say? We already discussed tomorrow's plans, so we're going to be hanging out with a friend of mine. You've already had him on Monster Hunter previously, although that was some time ago. I don't think he's been on the channel since January? It was one of the later betas for Monster Hunter Wilds. So if you remember Frank, he's coming back, and he wanted me to try out the demo for Digimon Story Time Stranger. And he wants to be here in person while I tiz him out over it as a Pokemaniac. I like creature collectors. I like monster taming. I like RPGs. I've liked Digimon for way too long as well. My favorite Digimon game to date is probably still Digimon World 3 back from the PS1. And that's a game I'm even thinking about doing a playthrough on the channel for. But I'm already tripping over my tongue, so I should probably wrap things up. We were celebrating earlier how we were able to make it to double-digit subscribers, and I do not take that for granted. I'm still baffled by the fact that people enjoy what I'm doing. But I'm gonna keep doing it as long as you keep having fun, and I'm thankful. I don't know how better to express my gratitude. I'm going to continue making the same mistakes that have led me to this point, and you're going to continue making the mistake of enjoying it. So I guess until tomorrow, that's all she wrote. I'm going to be transferring out some of these Pokemon from this save before I delete it. I'm not doing that right now, but that is the plan. I've got enough alts for Scarlet and Violet. I don't need one more, especially not one cursed with better luck than my main saves. So, I think I will be catching you tomorrow. And if you want to play Little Nightmares 3 multiplayer, then just let me know. It's been a while since I played Little Nightmares 1, but I liked it. I'm game for more. And we're definitely going to be finishing this playthrough before Legends ZA drops. The next Pokemon Legends game releases on October 16th, next week. I will be playing that day one, and before I do that, I am definitely finishing this playthrough of Pokemon Violet. So, viewer discretion is advised. Extreme violence. Violence. I'm gonna punch something until it's black and blue. Or purple. Poke you later.